We are live on a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube. 97.3 ESPN on the YouTube channel. Here we go. It's a busy day. April Fools, everybody. The Phillies are tied with the Nationals with Christopher Sanchez pitching. That doesn't sound right. Well, when you have the Phillies offense and you only have one run, of course that's what it sounds like. It's 1-1 on April 1. But last night the story was Andrew Painter, who outdueled everybody. He was the star of the night. He certainly outperformed Porter Martone as the Flyers, a devastating loss for them last night. What else do we have today? Well, Phil's won last night. They are tied today. Joel Embiid, having an April Fool's Day himself, ruled out tonight because of an illness, and then he subtweets Kai Carlin, one of the beat writers, and says, April Fools, I'm actually feeling pretty good, sweat it out. I mean, what is going on here? Well, I don't know what to expect with Embiid tonight. He may play, maybe he doesn't play. He has, in fact, been ruled out. He made a interesting joke that said he's going to sweat it out tonight, but I would imagine Joel, who has been ruled out by the team and on the injury report, is out for the game tonight. And then there was the bombshell. It seems like it happens all the time. First it was Carson Wentz, and now it's Jalen Hurts. A monster story over at ESPN.com with reporting from Jeremy Fowler and from Tim McManus that is a eye-opening story when it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles. You were talking about the franchise quarterback, $255 million, and the core of the report is that the Eagles' offense is basically due to a fundamental disconnect between Jalen Hurts' preferences and the coaching staff's desire to modernize the scheme, correct? Right? So we always take shots at Kevin Patullo and Nick Sirianni and maybe Brian Johnson and whoever the coordinator is. But sources within the building describe Hurts as resistant to certain schematic changes. Specifically, going under center and using more pre-snap motions and shifts. One source noted that Hurts' poor body language and a sense that he isn't always bought in. Yikes. A source close to Hurts admitted that he has too many yes men around him. Actually, it was yes people around him last season, and actually needs coaches who will, quote, check him and hold him accountable. Didn't we hear this about Carson Wentz with DiFilippo? He rode him hard, he coached him hard, and then when DiFilippo left, he was a little too buddy-buddy with everybody else. The report highlights a dip in A.J. Brown's effectiveness against zone coverage, and the source claims that when forced into tight window zone throws, A.J., quote, disappears. And his effort levels were questioned as the season progressed. So now you have this side of things manifesting. You've got the uncoachable Jalen Hurts. You've got the A.J. Brown level of effort being questioned over here. Then Hurts reportedly, according to the article, diverts from the game plan. He changes play calls at an excessive rate. So in other words, they're calling the play, and then he gets in the huddle, and he calls whatever the heck he wants. Some suggested that he often pivots back to his, quote, comfort zone if the new wrinkles aren't working almost immediately. They also suggested that he has certain hand signals that are plays that are not even installed in the playbook. Now, Sean Mannion's taking over. The Eagles are planning on making a massive overhaul, which is what Nick Sirianni insinuated this week. And the report basically lays out as 2026 is the ultimate make-or-break year for this Hurts-Sirianni situation. So we got questions on top of questions here. It is a large article over at ESPN.com. Where do we start? Well, I don't like to hear the word uncoachable. I don't like to hear the word uncoachable for a multitude of reasons. You start playing football at a young age, or baseball or basketball, and this is what really bothers me about where professional sports have gotten. And all sports. You start playing, say, T-ball or Pop Warner or whatever level of basketball. And then you get to middle school, and then you get to high school, and then you get to college. Well, now college kids want to be paid. And all the work that you do is to try to get to the highest level. And then when you get to the highest level, are you no longer satisfied that there's no higher level than the highest level? Why do you work your ass off your whole life to get there and then decide, I'm not going to listen anymore? Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl. He's been at the pinnacle. But is he turning into, say, Ben Simmons? Ben Simmons had this start to his career where he was an all-star 3 times. 3rd-team All-NBA. All-defensive team. And people would say, Ben Simmons, you need to add a jump shot otherwise. And he would say, why? I'm an all-star already. He didn't want to get any better. He thought that he was good enough. And listen, he was really good. But as teams started to say, you're not going to shoot, then we're going to take this away from you. And then you have to evolve from that. And he couldn't do it. Are we going down a similar road where Jalen Hurts has reached the pinnacle of success, but for him to go and get more success, the Eagles are saying, we've got to change a little bit here, and you seem unwilling to do so. The gist of the article seems like Jalen Hurts doesn't want to listen to coaching. I've reached the pinnacle. I don't need to listen to you anymore. When you're in Pop Warner football and the coach calls the play, I don't imagine that the guy's changing the play in the huddle. When you're in high school and the coach calls the play, I doubt that the kid's really changing the play in the huddle. So why do you get to the top level and all of a sudden say, you know what? I don't need the coaching anymore. I'm going to change the play myself. I'll run my own play. And that's not to say that guys don't do that and that you can't. But poor body language, not always bought in, not the most coachable, and the players notice from the leader of the team. Now, on the flip side, you have a guy who's gone to the Super Bowl, won an MVP. Interesting dynamic here. A source close to Hurts said the quarterback needs coaches who will quote, check him, as we mentioned, and that he has too many yes men around. Patullo was well-liked and respected. Brian Johnson was Jalen Hurts' buddy. So is there a little lineage here that says, hey, when he has his buddies, he takes advantage of them, but when he has somebody that can kind of work with him and ride him, that's when he's at his best. Sean Mannion, 33 years old. Keep this in mind. Kevin Patullo was a well-liked and well-respected guy in the building. That's according to the article as well. And that there was a lot of noise that he was not doing a great job, and some people started to believe it. And there were players who, quote, lost faith in him. Well, if he's calling a play and Jalen Hurts is calling his own damn plays, what do we got there? There's a lot more to this story. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. How do you kind of wrap your head? I got questions. We're going to have, of course, Mosher on for football at 4. And here's how I kind of look at some of these things. One, the uncoachable part of this. Sources in the building describe Hurts as uncoachable. That is a red flag. If you become branded as uncoachable. The yes man quote. This means that you can't get good coaches. You can only get coaches that will acquiesce to the player. That's a red flag. The A.J. Brown stuff we can get into, that he disappeared during certain zone coverage and that stuff. I think that's a whole separate part of this article. He doesn't want to go under center. He doesn't want to have motion. I mean, what the heck does motion do that you would struggle with? This calcified offense that they're talking about, that's the word they used to describe the attack, this Eagles offense. And when you talk to people around the league, is this a Hurts limitation or a design flaw in the offense? 609-403-0973. And then the changing of the play calls. I don't think that's egregious freestyling, but how often is he doing it? Fowler reports that he changes the plays at the line to an excessive degree. Yikes. There's also some insinuation that the last play call of the season in the playoff game against the 49ers came from Jalen Hurts and not Kevin Patullo. So how much pressure does this report put on Nick Sirianni? If the uncoachable narrative persists, does he look at the organization or at the quarterback or the head coach as the problem here? That'll be interesting because if you heard what Jeffrey Lurie said yesterday, he couldn't speak more glowingly about Jalen Hurts. And with good reason. Look, Hurts is a great guy to be the poster child of your franchise. He never gets in trouble. You never hear about him. He's never out in the limelight. You never see him. The report cites over a dozen sources. So who did they handpick for this? The team did not comment. Is this the front office sending a public message? Remember the last time when Carson Wentz, everybody said, no, there's no way this is true. Are we talking the same way about this Jalen Hurts article? I want to hear what you guys think. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Plus, we have a lot of takes on this later on in the show. Mosher's going to join us for football at 4. I hate the fact that we have to start the show with that, but, I mean, you're talking about Jalen Hurts, the MVP of the Super Bowl just 2 years ago. It is a massive story, ESPN.com story with reporting from Jeremy Fowler. And so it's multiple reports. It's Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler both getting multiple sources, over 12 sources that have added to this story. Now, you might talk to 12 other sources who could say, well, but I wouldn't take this with a grain of salt. Where do we stand? We'll hear from you guys out there. 609-403-0973.
So I just have a couple follow-up questions for you, Mike, to try to clarify how you're feeling about this, because I don't want to, jump all over your takes before I have a better understanding. So for you, what is the difference, if there is any, between when we heard similar reporting months ago from Derek Gunn during the season versus what is in this article now? Because a lot of the stuff, at least from my perspective, that I saw in the ESPN article this morning were things that we have talked about that other people have reported previously.
Well, we did not hear this before. Multiple team sources described the relationship between Kellen Moore and Jalen Hurts in 2024 as tense at times.
Well, we did hear the report from Jeff McClain where he said that there were times that Kellen Moore would basically just do whatever he wants, even if Hurts didn't like it, because Kellen Moore didn't have time for the drama.
Yeah, so again, that seems to and it seems to say that this is more that Hurts is the problem. And Moore saying, I'm not dealing with you. You're going to do it my way or else. and they win a Super Bowl.
Right. So, like, is the difference for you the framing in this article versus the previous reporting?
Well, it almost sounds like Hurts will get away with what he can get away with, and if he knows he can get away with more, he'll take more. He tried to get away with more wouldn't have it, so he had to acquiesce to more. Whereas Patullo maybe bent a little bit more, and he got one over on Patullo and then started to do things, and then the team is noticing. That's the part of the story that I think is out there that is I don't want to say eye-opening, but that sources close to Hurts said the quarterback needs coaches who will check him, saying that he has too many yes people around him.
Right.
Too many yes people around him this past season. Not in general, this past season.
Right. We've heard this is not the first time we've heard that either. I want to emphasize that. We've had questions about, hey, are the people around Hurts checking him?
Well, and this article, so people might say, well, why now? What's this article about? The article was not supposed to be about Jalen Hurts. The article was ESPN Tim McManus, who's been on the Eagles beat for years. I mean, he's been there probably over a decade.
If not 2 decades at this point, yeah.
He wanted to pull back the curtain on what the problem was with the Eagles' offense that was full of talent. Why did they struggle so much? So he started to ask questions about the problems with the offense this year, and it manifested into this.
This article.
Correct. So what started as what happened to the offense this year manifested into a story of more than a dozen sources basically saying, well, this has a lot to do with the quarterback not being coachable, poor body language, not always bought in, not the most coachable, and the players notice. This almost feels like you got that guy at work who isn't very good at his job, but he knows how to play the boss. And the boss says, man, look at so-and-so's doing a great job over there. And everyone's like, what do you see in this guy? But that guy knows how to play the strings. He knows exactly what strings to play, and the boss just constantly keeps giving that guy credit, and the rest of the team's like, this guy sucks at his job.
I don't know if that's a fair analogy because I don't think anyone's walking around saying Jalen Hurts sucks at his job.
I'm just saying that he has the owner believing stuff. And look, it says poor body language, not always bought in, not the most coachable, and the players notice. That says to me the players are resentful that he's not getting called out for poor body language and not being coachable, and that the players are noticing this, but what is the repercussion for that?
See, then this is where I'm trying to rectify where the information's coming from because, one of the comments that I've seen coming out of this article is, well, everyone who defends Jalen Hurts are defensive players. They're not offensive players. So are we talking about a situation where Jalen Hurts is viewed through one lens on one side of the ball and another lens on the other side of the ball?
Always. When we were at the Super Bowl, who'd we talk to? N'Kobe Dean, Cooper DeJean, Reed Blankenship. We asked about A.J. Brown. That's my boy. Love A.J. Defensive players don't have to be in the locker room, be in the same meeting room with him.
Meeting room, yeah.
Same situation here. Defensive players say, don't have to be in the same meeting room with him. I love Jalen. He's my guy. All that stuff. 609-403-0973. Hit us up. Let us know what you think. We'll talk more about it. Nuggets today. Football at 4. Phillies in action 1-1. Our Phillies fastball segment's coming up on Andrew Painter last night. We're going to take a big look at Andrew Painter's game from last night and get all the reaction from the Phillies fastball guys. Oscar and Jeff are going to join me next as we talk a little Painter and the Phillies win. They're tied 1-1 right now. We'll get you up to date on that and more, plus the Nuggets. Mike McGarry's at the ballpark. He'll join us when the Phillies game is over tonight in the 5 o'clock hour on the Sports Bash Live. And your first chance to enter for this year's draft party is coming up this hour on the Sports Bash. All right, 225 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. 1-1 Phils and the Nationals today at Citizens Bank Park. Ugly game again. They can't hit. I mean, they just can't get any runs across the board. They only got to hit a run because the center fielder misplayed a ball, and basically that led to the first run of the game. It's 1-1 in the fifth, Phillies and Nationals. But the big story last night, I want to dig a little deeper. Our Phillies fastball segment today, Oscar Budajin, the former play-by-play voice of the Phillies on the Spanish radio broadcast, and Jeff Kerr, who covers the Phillies. He was there last night. And, boys, I mean, Andrew Painter was the story last night, so let's start there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Mike. I was impressed. That's all I got to say about it. I mean, fastball was great, averaged 96.9 miles per hour. I mean, dipped a little in the fifth of the sixth, but that's to be expected, right? Curveball, I asked Rob Thompson last night, was that the best you've ever seen his curveball? He said, probably. And, he said, I'd have to look back at it, but he said, yeah, I mean, he was great there. Look, Oscar, I'm loving these stats up, by the way. The curveball, how about 10 of 19, or it was 10 of 17, I think it was either called strike or a whiff. That's really impressive for Andrew Painter. Slider was working through 6 pitches last night. They needed that start badly, and they got it.
Yeah, by the way, Oscar, before we get to you on this one, I thought, Jeff, you being in the ballpark last night, it was an atmosphere that he could have been overtaken by this moment. So tell us a little bit about his walk onto the field, him entering the field, and what the anticipation from the fans was like for him.
So I'll tell you what, Mike, when I watched him warm up in the bullpen and then walk to the dugout when they were basically announcing the starting lineup, Dan Baker's going through everything, and he did the long JT Real Muto one when he was batting eighth. I saw JT say something to Painter. Painter didn't even flinch. I think JT was just trying to crack a smile out of him and nothing. And so I talked to Justin Crawford and Otto Kemp after the game just to get the vibe of Andrew Painter, because I know how Andrew is. And they said, look, he was the same old guy. That's him. That's his demeanor. We don't need to rattle him. We don't need to spook him. He said, he's always joking with them in the dugout on nights he's pitching. But when the nights he pitches, he's all business. And you can say something to him. He, will say something back. But they know how he operates. They know he goes into the tunnel. They know he just kind of reflects on everything or does what he has to do. And he's a jittery guy, but not on game nights. He's cool as a cucumber, cool, calm, and collected were the 3 words I kept getting from those guys. And I mean, it was great to see. And I think the fans like that. I think the fans like how he was ready for the moment, and you needed him to be ready for a game like last night. It was a big game for him, but a big game for the organization as well.
Yeah, Oscar, you've been in attendance as the play-by-play voice in many games for guys who make their debut. Mick Abel, we saw last year. Andrew Painter, what impressed you about, you look at the numbers on the screen there, the velocity, the whiff percentage. I thought, he really mixed his stuff in. What did you think?
Guys, we've been waiting for Andrew to make his debut for so many years. And seeing his performance yesterday, the poise, the execution. I told you yesterday, look at where Realmuto Smith is at and look where he's throwing. I mean, he was pinpointing. I mean, he was pinpointing those pitches. I mean, I was so impressed with the kid. Look, to me, a star was born yesterday. He's going to be one of the best pitchers. If he remains healthy, he's going to be one of the best pitchers in the history of this team. I love this kid. I love his poise. He's good. He's as good as advertised. I mean, his delivery, his fastball, probably not as much whiff as I want to see. That will come with time after the Tommy Young, but the use of his slider, his curveball, the way he set up the fastball, and then how he started using his secondary pitches was really, really impressive. So, look, and the performance is there, right? He has, the second best, after Mick Abel and 9 strikeout performance and Simmons in 1947. He's tied for the third best performance in the history of the team in terms of strikeouts. And look, he has more strikeouts than Hamill and Nola did in their debut. So look, guys, this is the beginning of something special. We need to be patient with him. There's going to be some days where that fastball is going to come in the middle of the plate, just like we saw with Luzardo a couple of days ago, and they're going to hit home runs. But to me, this was historic, and a star was born yesterday, and this guy is going to be a Philly for many years to come, and he's going to be very, very good.
Yeah, and I know that, hey, listen, I was bullish on him. I told people I think he could be a top 15 this year's Cy Young candidate, and you might say, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, listen, his name has been mentioned with the Paul Skeens and the Nolan McLeans and the top-level young pitchers, so why shouldn't our expectations be there? Well, you saw why they should be there last night. The big thing will be for him is consistency. What will he look like in his next start? But I was impressed with the fact that it's, at home, the fans are there. And, guys, we talked about it yesterday, the pressure on him to keep this team in the game because the offense has been struggling. And we can take a look at what the offense did last night. It wasn't an impressive night by any stretch of the imagination. You look at the box score here. Schwarber hits a home run. That's what you get. Garcia, he hit a home run. It's the formula that they used on opening day, the long ball. You got the one run. Oscar, you texted us last night, hey, put the ball in play, and that's what happens. That's how they ended up getting their third run. But for the most part, the offense, not a lot last night. They got out-hit by the Nationals last night.
You know what, guys, it was funny. We were I was talking to a couple of the guys in the press box last night, and when it was 3-2, I'm like, doesn't it feel like it should be more than 3-2 right now? And that's kind of the vibe of this team. Like, they were up 3-0. Andrew Painter was pitching. Everybody was in cruise control. They got to run the 6th. They got to run the 7th. And you're like, are they going to really try to blow this game with their horses? Tanner Banks, Brad Keller, and Johan Duran. And, I mean, if it wasn't for Brandon Marsh making that read on that last fly ball, we're having a much different conversation today.
Look, guys, to me, yesterday was a very, very important day for the Phillies and the 2006 version of this team. What Painter did, I mean, Christopher, what would you have after the first go around of the starting pitching? Christopher Sanchez was fantastic, and Painter was fantastic. I mean, the rest of the guys, I mean, they were not ideal. I mean, Luzardo's going to be much, much better. He has all the talent in the world. Nola was okay. And then Taiwan was Taiwan. So once Wheeler comes in, if Wheeler comes in full cylinder, we're going to have a hell of a starting pitching. I mean, this is what's going to carry this team. Without a doubt, our lineup is not there. I mean, they are not sinking. I mean, you see Turner. I mean, what you see on this team right now is individual performance versus the job of a team. What you saw 2 nights ago from the Nationals and what you've seen in some of the teams we face when we've lost games is they play as a team. We're not, our hitting is not, I mean, they're not complementing each other. We're not seeing that. We were lucky that Harper got that ground ball. We were able to score that third run. I mean, the bottom line is, I said it before, if we don't hit home runs, this team doesn't win games. We hit 2 home runs yesterday and we won the game.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, the fact that Harper comes up again, he hits a ground ball to first base, and quite frankly, that's an awful play by the first baseman over there. I mean, that's a play that needs to be an out. And then the next at bat, you get Bohm, who grounds into a 5-4-3, which really, that's a spot where you're hoping Bohm breaks that game open. But again, 0 for 3, Bohm down to 118 on the season, 0 for 4 from Stott in the 5-hole. So your 4-5 hitters, you're back to this spot now where that 4-5 spot in the lineup, who we start to say, how do you mix and match guys there? Well, maybe Garcia is raising his hand. And Marsh, quite frankly, Marsh is hitting 400. Remember last year, guys, it's April 1st. He did not have a hit in the month of April last year. Not one. So he's already gotten off to a much better start than a year ago. But, man, JT, 083. This lineup, I think, is going to be – we're going to be talking about it right here on Phillies Fastball. They're a couple bats short in that lineup, and I don't know how you mix and match to fix it. And they're going to have to win a lot of games 3-2, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the reality of things. I mean, I think we're 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position in the last 2 games. I mean, you're going to win a lot of games like that. I mean, and that's where we're at the bottom of the list here. And 3.4 runs per game is not going to do it. Our pitching was better yesterday, and we were down from the 7th down to the 6 runs per game. And the Marlins, believe it or not, they're in first place. I mean, they're 4-1. So look, it's very early. I mean, things will turn around, but our hitting needs to start waking up, and we need a lot of more base hits. And you're not going to win a season by just hitting home runs. I mean, you can slog as much as you can. One encouraging sign is Garcia. I'm seeing. I mean, the exit velocity on his hitting is really good. So he's beginning to has two doubles and a home run. I mean, we're getting there with Garcia, but the rest of the team, we need to start playing more complementary baseball, and I haven't seen that so far this year.
Yeah, a couple of us talked to Garcia after the game last night, and he said, look, he's being very patient with his approach. And he said, when you hit the ball hard, good things are going to come. And I think we saw that last night. That home run is not a home run in 21 out of 30 major league ballparks, but he plays in Citizens Bank Park now. We know the home run numbers are going to be elevated because he's there. But yeah, I agree with you, Oscar. I've been very impressed with his at bats. He just seems to be choking up on the bat right now, really trusting his swing, getting active. I mean, I would never have guessed through 5 games that, and Adolis Garcia has had some nice defensive plays, but I would think his hitting is outshining his defense right now. I would not have guessed that.
Yeah.
Well, and guys, one thing I talked about Garcia, for him to have a successful season, I thought it was imperative for him to do something in this homestand so that the fans are on his side early. The last thing he needed was to be struggling and then the boo birds come out. He's a guy who plays with a lot of emotion and fire. I mean, you remember that playoff run he had. He was unbelievable, but a lot of that was he'd hit a home run, the crowd would go nuts, he's slamming his bat. We know how emotional of a player he is. So I thought it was very important for him to get off to a good start so that hopefully that propels him to have a big year. And if they can get him to hit 25, 28 home runs, that's something this team has just not had really in this era of Phillies baseball.
You know what, Mike? I think it's funny too, like being at the ballpark 3 of the 5 games already, the vitriol from the fans seems to be coming at Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, guys that have been there. Like Garcia, it's like, hey, let's give him a warm reception here. He's the new guy, maybe we can get the most out of him. Or even Brandon Marsh has been getting allowed it. Because I think a lot of fans know he's really good against right-handed pitching. And Otto Kemp's a likable guy. Justin Crawford's a new guy. Andrew Painter, the starting pitcher. But yeah, it's like most of the boos have come out for the Bryce Harpers and Trey Turner, the guys making the big money.
And here are the results of what the big guys are doing.
Yeah, well, you guys know this. You know this. In the sports world we live in today, it's like you want something new. You want turnover. You want new toys. People love free agency. They almost like the concept of building a team more than keeping a team. So it's like if you give me the same guys 4 or 5 years and they don't get the job done, I want new guys. I don't want the same 4 or 5 the same guys 4 or 5 years if they don't get the job done. And I think people are growing increasingly more frustrated with the top of the order guys. I don't think Schwarber's in that mix. I think Schwarber is kind of like separated, but Bohm for sure. Harper is getting there. And Turner, I got to be honest, I talked about it yesterday. He's just not a connectable guy. He has no personality at all. You wouldn't know that he was top 5. I told you guys, he was top 5 MVP last year. I had no idea that he finished in the top 5 last year.
You know what, Mike? Would you know he finished top 5 in MVP twice and won 2 batting titles?
You know what? I feel like when he played elsewhere, he felt like a more dangerous player as an opponent than he feels as a more dangerous player for you.
I was surprised. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, when prior to him coming here, when he was playing for the Nationals and the Dodgers, I mean, leadoff guy, he can run, he can do so many things on the field. This guy is an athlete. I mean, this guy is a very, very talented guy, and he could do everything. And look, when I see him right now, I mean, that long swing, I mean, it's frustrating at times. I mean, that's a reality. The other guys we should give kudos to is Brandon March. I mean, against right-handed hitting, I mean, the guy is absolutely, I mean, he's hitting 400. So with a couple of doubles. So March has started in good shape. I mean, it's the reality of it. I mean, we're down to the issue of chasing. I mean, chasing too many pitches, not having enough discipline at bats. And as I said before, it's individual performance versus a collective performance. And until this team begins to make better contact, we're going to be, there's going to be this up and down, but definitely our hitting is not where it needs to be. I mean, and when you look at our pitching, I mean, look, it's not much better. I mean, in terms of we're 29th in ERA, 28th starting pitching, and 23rd on relief pitching. They're good signs that I see on the right. Low baseball balls percentage. We're top 10 in Major League Baseball. And then our Ks, particular starting pitching, we're 4th in Ks. So those are some things that should, over time, be able to be much more successful. And the key, as I said before, this is the most important stat for me, that ERA or starting pitching. We're 28th. I mean, once Wheeler comes in, this is going to be much, much better.
Well, and everybody, once they get a second turn, I think Luzardo, that will lower. I hope Nola bounces back. One number that I think we got to look at too, guys, though, is the core, as we mentioned. Turner, Harper, Schwarber, they're hitting a combined 120 on the season so far. That's going to have to take a turn no matter how good the pitching is, because the pitching can only do so much. If you're hitting 120 and then you throw Bohm in there, that top four is just not getting the job done outside of the 2 home runs for Schwarber that have both come in big moments. They've got to get that top of the order going if they want to have, a 90-plus win season. I don't know that that's a goal for them, but I would imagine you're going to need about 90 probably in this division.
Yeah, more than that. I think 90 to be on the wild card, maybe above 90 to be able to win the division. I mean, it's going to be a tough division. I mean, I think the Mets, with their ability to make contact, they're going to be a tough team. I mean, look, Senga pitched really, really well yesterday. But, I mean, they lost to the Cardinals that had much better pitching than they did. So that was a good thing. And, look, the reality, I'll give you a piece of good news. Look, we're top 5 against right-handed pitching in OPS, and we got a right-handed pitcher, Cavalli, going today. So that's a good news out of the whole story.
I'll say this. I know they only scored 3 runs. A lot of guys on that team hit the ball hard into the warning track yesterday. Stott had one. True. Turner had one. Garcia hit the ball well. Marsh had a couple hits. I even thought Bryce Harper had better at bats yesterday. So adding on to your point, Oscar, like if it's a right-handed pitcher, like when they got with Littell yesterday, they're probably going to hit the ball.
That's a good sign. Look, we're 30th. We're worse in baseball in OPS against left-handed pitching.
That first inning was brutal yesterday, huh? With how that started, they put in the lefty opener and then they went right to Littell, and those guys didn't miss a beat once he got in. I know that they didn't get runs right away, but there are some good hit ball. Like Garcia,
don't be surprised if a lot more teams do that to us moving forward.
Oh, they should. I would do it.
Right,
they should.
Yeah. By the way, 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position last night, 0 for 11 in the game on Monday night. So 0 for 15 in this series with runners in scoring position. They did leave 5 guys on base. They get the 3-2 win. Some other quick little things here. You take a look at Duran. I want to get your guys' thoughts on him. Is there any concern with what we're seeing with Duran? That ball last night, we criticize Marsh in center field, but he makes a nice play in left, and I think we all feel that he's much better in left field. But, man, if Otto kept playing left field last night, we might have a different conversation today.
Well, this is where my thought process is. Otto Kemp ain't playing left field in the 9th inning of when Johan Duran's pitching. He just isn't. But my takeaway from this whole thing was, I don't know why Duran doesn't throw that knuckle curve more. He was completely pulling hairs that first at bat. And all of a sudden, let's throw the sinker. And I wanted to ask JT about that last night. Let's throw the sinker. Let's throw the fastball and the split. I'm like, that knuckle curve is a good pitch for him. I wish he'd use it more. It really kind of deceives hitters. But I'm not concerned about Duran because it's early, but he has been shaky.
I'll throw you this one based on this. I want Brian De La Cruz on this team. I think Brian De La Cruz was the MVP of the Dominican Dominican League. He absolutely crushed the baseball over the winter. He had a very good spring training. Morrison, you could pinch hit him. You can play him in left field. He's probably a better left fielder than any of the left fielders that we have. March made a great play yesterday. By the way, look at that ball that dropped in the 4th inning, where nobody could be able to catch that ball. I mean, our defense in the outfield needs to significantly improve versus what we had so far. And I know in one of the games, Crawford was not there, and his speed could have probably catch up to those balls. But we need to improve our outfield defense. I want to see Brian De La Cruz on this team. To me, he would be you could use him a lot more than you're using right now, more as the last guy on this bench.
You're not concerned Brian De La Cruz doesn't have a hit yet this season?
No. How many at bats he has?
Well, we always make this point with the big guys. Why not him? Right? We're doing the 5-game sample size.
Yeah.
Well, I think, though, one of the things Oscar's talking about is his left field defense, better than Kemp's defense. If you get anything offensively from him, that's a bonus. But Moore's giving you nothing. Kemp can play the same positions that Moore can play. Where else is Moore playing? I can understand if Moore was your
Moore
middle
can play
infielder.
everywhere.
Right, but how often is Dylan Moore going to play shortstop or second base? Never. You got Edmundo Sosa, who's that guy.
Exactly.
Kemp can play the corner infield, so Moore, he might play first base a day or third base. Kemp can play those two positions. I agree with you, Oscar. I think De La Cruz offers more power and is a better outfielder than
I'm just telling you
what
they want. They want him to get every day at bats, and it's that contract. That contract.
Okay, let me
make it. I'm just telling you. This is what they're telling you. Let me tell you one thing. Let's imagine for a second, okay, that we're at the bottom of the 9th inning and we're losing by 2 runs and we got a man on first base. Who do you want hitting? Moore? You want hitting Mundito? You want hitting Marchand? Or you want Brian De La Cruz? I would want Edmundo Sosa hitting.
I mean, probably Edmundo, but beyond after Edmundo, you probably want Brian De La Cruz.
I agree with you. They need more power out of that. I'm just saying, there's the way they want to construct this team. There's just no room for the guy.
Yeah, that's the reality.
And I do think he's going to be up here at some point. I agree.
It's a long season. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I just think they want him getting every day at bats.
I don't know. This is a make or break situation. My point, I think I agree with you, Oscar, is if I need an outfielder, I think De La Cruz is better outfielder than Dylan Moore is. Am I ever playing Dylan Moore at shortstop or second base? Probably not. Yeah. If I ever need him as a utility guy, he's going to play first or third. Kemp can play first and third. I think this is more about they want Kemp to get more regular at bats, and because of that, the extra guy is Moore instead of De La Cruz, but it might be something they need.
Yeah, and they want De La Cruz to get, regular at bats, and the only way to do that is to keep him in Lehigh.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Who needs outfielders, by the way? Like I always tell people, it's a trickle down effect. Lehigh's just got no one right now because they got guys hurt. Like I mean, let's think of it this way: do we think Brian De La Cruz is on this team if Gabriel Rincones is healthy? And Johan Rojas isn't suspended? I think he's on this team.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, the Rojas thing, I think, really put a wrench in him because, as we saw the other day, they had to play Marsh in center field, and I don't think they want to do that.
Yeah, I don't think they do either. And I think that's where they're stuck right now. Like, you would want Pedro Leon if you're going to have another center fielder on this team, but again, Lehigh don't have a center field. Like, they just had to put Cade Fergus on the development list who can play center field because Garrett Stubbs is going to be back as their number 1 catcher. And now Rene Pinto all of a sudden gets back to number 2, and he's signed here to be their number 1 in Lehigh. It's a weird dynamic right now.
And then Rincones, how's the dynamics with Rincones? He could come up. I mean, if a right fielder or something, you need a right fielder or something, he could also come up. So that's another option that we have.
Exactly. You know what, Oscar? Like, I was talking to people over the week, and like, I think if Rincones was healthy, he would have made this team.
All right. Well,
yeah, we just need that punch.
Yep, exactly.
All right.
And I think they thought it was him, but that's where I agree with your De La Cruz stuff, by the way. Like if you're looking for the pop, yes, I'm just saying they just want the regular at bats.
Okay. Real quick, where is Nori starting?
Nori is starting in Reading, and he's
at Reading. Okay.
Yeah.
And he's going to play left. Is he going to play left field?
So this is what I was told. He's going to play some center and left. He prefers to play left.
Okay. Well,
yeah,
I'm interested to see if he hits his way to AAA. I mean, he obviously had a great WBC.
400.
If he's moving to the outfield, if he's a guy that they keep an eye on and say, hey, maybe we should look at Dante Nori as a possibility that could play the outfield. The problem with him, like everybody else, he hits left-handed.
Yeah, they got a lot of left-handed hitters.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
trade
you
some
know what,
left-handed
maybe-
hitters for some right-handed hitters and problem
Well,
solve. I mean, come on,
He's
guys.
He
crazy.
plays with Kyle. He plays with Kyle Schwarber. Maybe he'll work with Kyle Schwarber on how they hit left-handed pitching.
Well, at the end, by the way, Rincones also hits left-handed, does he not?
Yeah, yeah, he does. That's
Yeah.
where I agree with Oscar. Like where you need the right-handed power. Where are you getting it? Like De La Cruz. That's where De La Cruz fits. That's
where
right.
De La Cruz maybe fits here. All right, boys. Phillies Nationals wrapping things up. 1-1 in the sixth right now. Christopher Sanchez out of the game. Thanks to Jeff and Oscar. We'll do the Phillies fastball again tomorrow. Jonathan Bolin in the game for Sanchez. And it appears the Nationals have just taken a 2-1 lead on a base hit. Yes, they have. And it is now 2-1 Washington over Philadelphia in the sixth inning. Sanchez out. I think he was at about 100 pitches in the game. He did have 4 walks in the game. So that was a number there. Yeah, 97 pitches. Dropped his ERA down to 0.79. I didn't say drop. He raised his ERA to 0.79. 7 strikeouts, but the 4 walks a little bit got his pitch count up. 2-1 Nationals in the sixth. By the way, Bryce Harper 0 for 3 with a strikeout. He's hitting 0.67 on the season. He is 2 for 24 with a 160 on base percentage and an 0.87 slug as we speak. So Phil's trailing the Nationals 2-1 at Citizens Bank Park. That is our Phillies fastball segment with Oscar Budajin and, of course, Jeff Kerr, our 97.3 ESPN Phillies insider. He'll be with us all season long. Mike McGarry's at the ballpark. We'll check in with him when the game is over. Plus, your thoughts on the Jalen Hurts conversation we had earlier. Joel Embiid out tonight with an illness against the Wizards. You can listen to that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, Friday, we will be at Ventnor Social. Check out every Phillies game. They have a day game on Friday. They are off tomorrow. We'll have the Phils on at Ventnor Social on Friday's show. But today, it is your first chance to enter to win Club Box tickets to see an Eagles game at Lincoln Financial Field this season. And that first opportunity is now. 609-573-3776. Right now, caller number 7, you are our first entry on the Sports Bash for this year's draft party. We will be at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. You must be present to win on the day of the draft. Join us at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino on Thursday, April 23rd for the Sports Bash annual draft day party. You must be present to win. We got all sorts of specials and great opportunities to win prizes like Club Box tickets to see an Eagles home game this season, overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort, concert tickets, gift cards. Caller number 7, you're the first one in on the Sports Bash today. Good luck. All right, first qualifiers are in today. We got David and Linda. Congratulations. David, Linda, you guys are in. Don't forget, listen for that sounder each hour on the show. Plus, during Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings, bonus chances to enter. We had a bunch of people that entered this morning. Our first group of people entered this morning. Listening to that sounder this morning, you got some bonus chances to enter. So listen to Unsportsmanlike in the morning. You'll hear that sounder go off. All you got to do is listen for the sounder in Morning Drive during Unsportsmanlike. Text the word draft with your name and where you're from. Now, you can't just randomly text it because we know what time the sounder goes off. So if you're just texting draft your name and where you're from at a time that doesn't match up with the sounder, you're disqualified. But congratulations to our first qualifiers. Draft party, April 23rd. This year, the Balcony Bar, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. That's where we'll be. It's time for the Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is here. I got a nugget for you. Phillies are down 2-1. And if they lose to this Nationals team with Christopher Sanchez pitching, that's an indictment on this offense. The pitcher battled his ass off out there today when he didn't have his best stuff, and he still only gives up one stinking run to this Nationals team. And you can't score against Washington?
I know. It's ridiculous. 5 1/3. He walked 4 guys, still had 7 strikeouts, only 1 earned run. I mean, the offense really can't get the guy a little bit of help. I was screaming for help for your boy Andrew Painter last night, who was unbelievable, by the way. He was great. Like, this offense is just anemic.
All of a sudden, you're buying into Painter as what I said.
Well, I'm not. I've always said I think he's going to have a good year. I think there's going to be some growing pains. That's all.
Okay. Well,
that's all. But I will start with nugget number 1. Andrew Painter, your guy, your rookie. Not my rookie. My rookie did get on base a couple times last night, so that was good. But Andrew Painter was absolutely fantastic in his debut last night against the Washington Nationals. He was just dominant. And he did everything he was supposed to. He commanded well, and that's the key. Will he command his pitches well throughout the year? Something he struggled with last season in AAA, coming off of Tommy John injury. But guess what? He looked great. MLB debut of 8 strikeouts in the victory, 3-2 for the Phillies. And I was getting nervous when Tanner Banks came in and started giving up some base hits. They started giving up some runs. I mean, come on, you got to help the kid out and get him a win in his first major league start here. But 84 pitches, 4 hits, 1 earned, 1 walk, and the 8 Ks. Mike, he commanded his stuff well, and he looked really good, and that's important. That's key. We got to see if he can do it on a consistent basis, and hopefully he will.
Well, listen, I think one of the big things early, he got ahead in the count. He wasn't working from behind. He didn't walk guys, and you could see how electric his stuff is. I will say he's not facing one of the best lineups in baseball over the long term, but they are scoring more runs than anybody else in the league so far this season. That said, yeah, Painter, he is who we thought he was supposed to be, right? He came out there, dazzled and dominated. He showed a big 12-6. He hit 99 at times on the gun. This is a guy that's been 3 years in the making. He didn't disappoint. I mean, I wasn't all that surprised. I mean, I'm happy to see that he did what I hoped.
Yeah, he was great. And this is one of the positives of bringing back JT Realmuto. He gets to work with a catcher like JT, who knows how to call a game, can work with a young pitcher and help develop them. That's the positive of having a JT Realmuto around and bringing him back this season. And he even talked about it after the game, Painter did. I believe it was on the NBC Sports Philly broadcast. He needs to show a little more emotion. I would like a little more emotion, maybe. It'd be nice. But, I'm asking for a little much here. But he talked about JT and how, important he's been and how great of a game he called, etc. So, I mean, yeah, that's credit to the Phillies in that aspect. In that respect to JT, credit to JT. The bat's not there as it once was. But, man, he can help develop a pitcher. And that's a positive.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think when you're a young pitcher and you have a veteran catcher like that, it certainly goes a long way. We all know JT is great at handling the staff. We talked about it the other day. Is he $15 million worth better than the next guy? Not sure about that.
No, that's where we get into the beef with the JT contract. I think we've said this over and over that yes, the JT re-signing, awesome. outstanding. Great in the respect of, yeah, he can help develop Andrew Painter. He can work with the pitching staff still. He handles the pitchers very well. That's a positive. The defense is still pretty good. The bat is just a major problem. A major problem. And he continues to, every single year, go down in the lineup, and the numbers continue to deteriorate.
Well, to be fair, everybody's bat so far has been
Wow.
a problem.
Yes. Yes. And, you know, I saw somebody send a picture that said they're only putting OPS up there. No batting averages up there on the scoreboard today for the Phillies. That's how bad some of the batting averages are.
Right. Somebody's at the game, and they took a picture that because the batting averages are so bad, they're not even displaying them up on the screen. They're putting OPS. Now, I don't know. It's a little early.
Yes, you know who has the highest batting average. I know, it's very early. I get that. But you know who has the highest batting average so far? Justin Crawford. In the lineup today.
Crawford.
As the highest batting.
Yep. And we'll see. Listen, I'm not, the one guy is Harper. He's 2 for 24. He's at 087. And how long does that manifest? Now, luckily, they have the day off tomorrow. Then they'll go out to Colorado. So it's a chance for him to get away from here and maybe get himself going a little bit here, because 2 for 24 so far in this 6-game homestand, not good.
Not great. Yeah, Crawford batting 429 on the year with a day off sprinkled in there as well. So he must be very well rested after coming off of that one day off. 087 for Harper, a $190 for Schwarber, a $167 for Trey Turner, your top 3 guys in the lineup. So there you go. They're down 2-1 right now to the Washington Nationals. I'm assuming you will keep them, the audience, updated throughout the entirety of the program. But we got to get to some more business. In an article that came out today about my guy, Jalen Hurts. Okay. I thought it was a very well written article. Okay. There are concerns, I think, with Jalen, but I think a little bit of it is being overblown with some of these sources. You read some of the article, right? And one passage in particular has to do with the final play call against the 49ers. That someone with direct knowledge knew that Jalen had called for 4 verts in that specific play call and time in the game. And we remember seeing the video of Sirianni and Patullo looking at each other, Sirianni looking at Hurts, etc. And that a source said to Tim McManus in the ESPN article dropped about Jalen Hurts today that Hurts was the one who recommended 4 verts. A separate source with knowledge of the situation says that though the Eagles quarterback did suggest it, he was simply responding to a question about his preferences. That was put in the article, a direct quote from the ESPN story today. Mike, just your overall thoughts on this entirety of the article. I think, yes, is there some question marks? And can Jalen probably come off wrong? Sure. I understand that. But overall, I think this is taken way, 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 way out of proportion. And the timing of the whole thing is questionable to me, too.
Well, here's the thing. All right. 1, the article was not set out to write about Jalen Hurts. That's number 1. They set out to find out what happened with the offense last year. And what ended up happening was everybody went down this path. So the story manifested into a completely different animal here. This was supposed to be, hey, why did the offense struggle with all this talent? Well, we had a new coordinator. It's the 5th different coordinator. Offensive line was banged up. And that's not the way the story ended up going. The story ended up going is, hey, we got a guy who's kind of marching to the beat of his own drum, and we're all noticing it, and there's no accountability here. And as that continues to happen, people start to notice it, and then they start to get angry. Why is this guy able to change the plays, and then Kevin Patullo's getting blamed all the time? Why is he the guy that's kind of going off script and no one's blaming him? So I can see where the other guys are kind of looking around and saying, no one's holding this guy accountable for things that we're seeing here.
But is that because the quarterback does not have faith in the play callers, does not have faith in the system that he is running? Is that why this is all happening? That's my question. I want to hear the other side of this, too.
It depends. If you believe if you don't believe the part of the article that's suggesting that these coaches want to put more stuff in and he's doesn't want to do it, he doesn't want to be under center, he doesn't want to add things. If you're saying that that's BS, then I can see what you're saying. But these coaches are trying to implement more stuff. They said the relationship with Kellen Moore the year before was tense. Why? Because Moore wanted more out of him, and he didn't want to do it. So these sources, and by the way, they listed 12 or dozens of sources. It's not like, hey, one guy spoke on the condition of anonymity. This was 12 or dozens of sources that are all saying, look, the play's getting called, and he's calling his own play, stuff that's not even installed into the offense. You know.
Well, that's my question, right? Like, where I need to hear. I want to hear both sides of this thing because this clearly is coming from coaches, etc., in the building, and maybe some players too. That's who it seems like it's coming from for me, and it's very ironic that it comes out at this time with AJ stuff's kind of teetering off a little bit. Right. And now, and this is like every offseason, you get a Jalen article. I understand Jalen. He's a very stoic guy, keeps to himself. I get that. And I'm sure he's off-putting to some people. I understand that. However, what is, I don't know if there's a ton of confidence in the system they are running. So I don't know where it's coming from, where he's calling his own plays, etc. That makes me think, all right, maybe he doesn't have a lot of confidence in the coaching staff and what they're installing and what they're coming up with. So he's just said, you know what? I don't think this is really going to work. And now you're just going back and forth between the coaches and the quarterback, and that's no good.
I would seem to think that it's more that the coaches have installed stuff that he doesn't want to run.
Sure.
Not because he doesn't have faith in it, mainly because that's not what he's comfortable doing, is basically what is being reported here. So I want to put more motion in. I don't like motion. Why is motion something that you're not – like, what does that have to do with anything?
So I want to hear I want to hear both sides. Like, I want to hear Jalen address this like, seriously.
If I said I'm sending a guy in motion, why would you as the quarterback be adverse to that? What is that? Like, I can understand you're saying I'm just not comfortable under center. Okay, you don't like being under center. That's something that's physical. What would sending a guy in motion from one side of the field to the other have to do with the quarterback's ability to run a play?
Well, the most prominent example is Peyton Manning. He's come out and said he didn't like a lot of motion. I happen to disagree. I think you should have a lot of motion. You have a lot of creativity in today's NFL. I'm with that. And the report suggests that Jalen doesn't want that. This is why I want to hear from Jalen on this, right? Like, this is a story coming from kind of one side.
If it says Jalen doesn't want that, my question would be why? I'm not even talking about going under center, fine, you're not comfortable. But that's why, if you're telling me he's pushing back against sending guys in motion, that tells me this is more him than anything else. Because the coach is saying, okay, I'm going to install a play, we're going to have motion. The quarterback would literally come out and say, I don't want motion, I'm not comfortable with it. That to me sounds like a you problem.
And I wonder the comfortability factor, right? They keep changing coordinators over and over. And it really feels like that the one guy who could have this thing set in stone was Shane Steichen. And ever since he kind of went out the door, went to the Colts, and they've had different coordinators each year, it seems like since 23, when Brian Johnson became the offensive coordinator, then on, even when they won the Super Bowl, there's been issues that have not been essentially addressed.
Well, the part of it that to me that really stands out, and this is where, the quote is, poor body language, not always bought in, not the most coachable, and the players notice.
And that's interesting because remember how his whole thing, he grew up, his dad was a coach, right? He was a coach's son. So this is where I'm getting confused and conflicted here. Because he has always been known as a coach's son, very coachable. And this is the difference.
That's sometimes that works in your favor and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the coach's son, he's been coached one way and then he doesn't want to be coached a different way because his father's been his coach and that's the one guy that he trusts and listens to because it got him the success. Then he doesn't want to listen to other people because that's what he's familiar and comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he had this is someone who's had to battle the odds, has been battle tested, has been scrutinized since college. Okay, it's happened since college. I mean, Alabama, the whole thing, getting benched in the championship, etc. Then going to Oklahoma, having a good career there. Then the second round thing, and then Wentz, and then now this. He became a Super Bowl champion. I mean, he wins a lot. I like to think his input should matter a lot, and it just seems like there's something that's not connecting between Jalen and the coaching staff since Steichen left. That's what it feels like to me.
I think that is the thing, though, that his input does matter, and some people are saying it's too much, that he has yes men around him, so he gets whatever he wants, and others are saying what he wants isn't for the betterment of the team, it's for the betterment of him.
They've won. They've won. I mean, you can't argue with winning.
Well,
and listen, how many greats have gotten?
They won in a year that they said there was tension between him and the offensive coordinator, so that they won because the offensive coordinator told him to shut his mouth and run my play. Whereas this year, that guy didn't have the same authority. Well,
remember, we talked about this before. Well, what if they bring in a guy that, hey, sets Jalen a little bit straight? Like, all right, Jalen, this is what we're going to do. And you got to follow what we're doing because this is the best. This is for the betterment of the team. We talked about that before. I brought that up. Like, they need a guy that's not like a yes man, that is a little bit of a strong leader. And maybe that's what he needs, a strong leader to push back on him a little bit.
Yeah, well, this is like what we talked about. Carson Wentz had DiFilippo. They went to a Super Bowl, right? And then or he had a great year. The next year when DiFilippo was gone, Carson started to go, and then the stories came out about him. Yep. Similar here. When he had his buddy Brian Johnson, he had a yes man around him a little bit. His friend, somebody that he could tell, nah, Brian, I don't like that play. We're going to run it the way I want to run it. But he gets Kellen Moore, and Kellen Moore says, you're not telling me what to run, dude. You're going to run this play whether you like it or not. Meanwhile, he gets Kevin Patullo, who they all said was a nice guy, but too many yes men around him.
Yep. And I think, and Shane Steichen, I mean, not really a yes man, to be honest, right? So I think you're seeing a pattern here. You don't want Jalen to have a yes man around him. Like, you need him to push back. And I think that starts pushing the player a little bit more, and maybe good things will happen.
Yeah, to me, like a lot of this, again, you take it with a grain of salt. There's multiple sources here. You could talk to 12 people on one side. They could say, no, Hurts is a great guy. 12 guys on the other side and say, nah, he's not coachable. He's tough to work with. He doesn't want to evolve. Like I talked about a little bit like Ben Simmons. This doesn't mean, like Ben Simmons was an all-star. He averaged about 17 points a game. He had about a double-double with like 10 assists, rebounds, all the stuff. And you would say, but you could be better if you learn how to shoot. And Ben would say, I don't need big. I'm an all-star.
Yep.
Right? You're hoping that's Jalen's mindset here is, I'm good enough. I don't need to add any other pieces to my game.
I hear where you're coming from with the Simmons comp, but Jalen wins. And we've heard he works hard, etc. So I think the mentality, I see what you mean, though, like in the sense of being stubborn. In a sense. And I could see that. We've seen greats be stubborn. Michael Jordan, his guy was stubborn. You know what I mean?
I'm just talking about
this is
as
just
a player, not as the team won a Super Bowl.
Right.
And Jalen, by the way, was the MVP, and he was very good in the other Super Bowl. The point is, Ben got to a level where he was an all-star. He was third-team All-NBA, and we're like, you could be first-team All-NBA if you did this. Jalen, you can win multiple Super Bowls if you add this. And he's saying, I don't want to add that. Now, I don't think he's saying, I've already won a Super Bowl. Why do I need to add this? I think the coaches are saying, look, we've run the same offense for 5 years. People are starting to figure out this offense a little bit. We need to add some more layers to this offense. Is he unwilling to do that? That's what it seems like. I don't know that, though. I'm not saying it's my opinion that he's unwilling. That's the
story
in the article.
Yeah. Listen, it's a fascinating thing that's going on here with Jalen and this whole thing. Like, I want to hear, like, he's not going to respond. And usually when he gets criticized like this,
of course he's not going to respond.
No, he'll never respond. And when he gets criticized like this, he usually has a pretty good bounce back year and shows you, oh yeah, and then has a good year. So maybe this could be a blessing in disguise, Mike.
Possible. Listen, I was excited to see what Mannion brings to this offense. I think we're all kind of, and
Yep.
Sirianni said it this week. There will be big changes to the offense. Laurie said it this week. There will be big changes to this offense. So hopefully the offense does evolve and becomes. Look, let's be honest. The last couple of years, this offense has been painful to watch.
Yep. We'll see. Can it evolve from Sean Mannion? And I see you're putting up the Real Muto home run. Hey, the bat came alive. Only a solo shot, though. And the Nats scored a bunch of runs, too. 5-2
By the way,
Nats.
The Nats got a 3-run homer
Oof.
from C.J. Abrams off of Brad Keller, your big offseason acquisition. Came in the 7th and gave up a 3-run bomb and makes it 5-2 Nationals.
Yikes. Not good. Not good whatsoever. All right. Final nugget before I get out of here. Mike, did you know that the Lynx getting a name change?
Did not.
All right. So it's only for a little bit during the World Cup. I scared you a little bit. The Lynx staying the same. But however, while the World Cup is in town, this is according to the Philadelphia Inquirer, during the World Cup, the Lynx has to cover the entire named brand of the stadium. It will be called Philadelphia Stadium. So for the entire month, the
Why?
Eagles, because that's just what they need to do, apparently. When FIFA comes to town, they are calling each, like New York Stadium, New York, New Jersey Stadium, Boston Stadium, etc., because they have different requirements about, quote, clean zones at stadiums hosting matches. So very interesting. They need to put their own corporate branding on the entire stadium. So like the flight deck, that has to be covered. FIFA has a long-standing relationship with Coca-Cola. So the Eagles, they have Pepsi. They got to cover everything Pepsi at the stadium. So a very interesting article in the Inquirer by Rob Torno, who did a great job breaking this whole thing down. They have to take down a lot of these different sponsorship, etc. And they also, you know what they have to do? Cover the Nick Foles statue.
Wow.
That was
Why
a nugget
that?
in there that I did not know.
Why that?
I don't know. It's like they have to have the full branding of FIFA on there.
Well, I saw Jeffrey Lurie talking about yesterday a new stadium possible, and there's the potential that it could be wherever the fans want it. Delaware, New Jersey, wherever the fans think it fits the best.
Well,
He said
as we found out, San Francisco, I mean, it's 45 minutes away from actual
Well,
San Francisco.
A lot of these teams now, Chicago, they're moving to Indiana, right? That's, reportedly moving to Indiana. Cleveland, a lot of these towns, or excuse me, not Cleveland. What's it called? You just mentioned San Francisco. They moved
Dallas is in Arlington.
45, right. A lot of these towns, they are not in the actual city. The Giants, the Jets, obviously, are both in New Jersey. So, yes, there is a lot of Buffalo, by the way, does not play in Buffalo. New England plays in Foxborough, not Boston, although they're not called the Boston Patriots. But, yes, there are a lot of teams that do not play in the actual city because if they find land in an outside town that will give them a tax break, they'll move to that town.
Yep. And going back to the Nick Foles thing. So, essentially, let me make sure I get this right. FIFA has to debrand everything at all these stadiums with all their sponsorship, etc. FIFA has a clause, I guess, with the deal of bringing the World Cup here. They have to debrand the entire thing and make it kind of their own thing for the most part. So they're going to have to either move and store Nick Foles and Dougie P or cover it, whatever it may be. But they have to debrand everything to make it their own because FIFA is taking over. They're essentially the exclusive tenant for the month.
Gotcha. Well, I don't know why a statue outside the stadium would have anything to do with the branding, but all right.
All right, there you go. Little 3-pack of nugs for you today.
All right, there you go. By the way, did you see Joel Embiid's April Fool's today?
I did. He's listed out on the injury report. I saw Kai Carlin was probably like, I'm just reporting what everyone saw.
Well, it's listed on the official
I know.
NBA injury report that he is out with an illness, and then Joel comes over the top like Randy Macho Man Savage and says, nah, I'm in. I'm sweating it out. But I think he is actually out tonight, but we shall see.
We shall see. All right, Mike, I'll talk to you.
3-pack. All right. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Phillies and Nationals, top 8, 5-2. JT Realmuto did hit a homer for the Phillies, but C.J. Abrams hit a 3-run shot, and it's 5-2. The Nationals lead the Phillies at Citizens Bank Park. It's a Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And don't forget, listen for that sounder to go off again when you hear it this hour on the Sports Bash. Make sure you are the right caller, and you have a chance to win a pair of tickets to an Eagles home game this year at, well, we're calling it Lincoln Financial Field, right? And you will get to see, the statue outside and everything. Coming up on the other side, we'll get back into this Hurts story and what's going on there. You'll hear what some of the talking heads had to say about it from what they're hearing, including a former general manager. Jeff Mosher's thoughts at 4 o'clock for football at 4. Mike McGarry's at the ballpark today. He'll check in with us when the Phillies game is over, probably around 4:30, 5 o'clock tonight. 609-403-0973. This hour brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation. Call 609-390-3907. Online, broadleys.net. All right, 3:33. Don't forget the draft is coming up April 23rd. We're going to be at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We've already entered 2 people, and we'll do 2 more this hour. Phil's back on the board. A solo shot for Bryce Harper, his first of the year. Makes it a 5-3 game, and now Alec Boehm has reached on an error. So Boehm is on base. Real Muto a homer. Harper a homer. Turn back the clock day for Real Muto. Harper. 5-3, bottom 8. Phillies trail the Nationals right now at Citizens Bank Park. Edmundo Sosa is coming up to hit right now for Bryson Stott. So we'll keep you posted on all that. Speaking of the Phils, Ventnor Social, place to be this Friday. Ventnor Avenue, Ventnor. Catch every Phillies game, including today's game and Friday's game. It's the home opener for Colorado. We're going to be there, and it's your first chance to enter. Stop out. You can just enter to win a trip to go see the Phillies play the Orioles. The more times you stop out, the more chances you get, and that'll be going on up till July the 29th. We're going to be doing 4 shows between now and July 29th. Every time you come out, you can enter to win a bus trip to Baltimore to see the Phillies. So stop out this Friday, watch the game. All you got to do is fill out the form. And then on the 29th, we will have a big party at Ventnor Social with everybody who has entered. And we're going to send someone to Baltimore on that bus trip. We already sent somebody down there with the show at the Anchorage. And we have another pair of tickets on that bus trip. We're going to send somebody down there. First chance, show up on Friday at Ventnor Social over there in Ventnor. It's a Friday. It's a happy hour Friday. They got great beer over there. They got really good food. It's a great spot, indoor, outdoor. They got the upstairs deck and everything. All right. So we've been talking about this Jalen Hurts story. By the way, Sosa comes in and hits it. Ooh, there's another error. So Sosa's going to reach base, but it looks like there was a ground ball to short. It was a tailor-made double play, and the second baseman fired a laser into the dugout. This Jalen Hurts story that's over at ESPN.com, Jeremy Fowler and Tim McManus doing the reporting. And Fowler starts off. Let's hear this one first. Talking about Hurts' coachability, which is issues that came up. So Fowler, let's paint the picture of where the story came from. Fowler was doing a story with Tim McManus on the issues that the Eagles offense had last year. This was not a, hey, I'm doing a story on Jalen Hurts and his struggles. This was, why did the Eagle offense struggle last year? And this is what Jeremy Fowler got when asked about the Eagles' offensive issues.
To figure out what was ailing the Eagles offense in a tough 2025 season. And, Jalen Hurts came up pretty often in our conversations with folks about just coachability being an issue at times, not wanting to make necessary changes that they were trying to implement, even during the Super Bowl season, 2024, with Kellen Moore wanting to implement more motions, shifts, some more under center work. Jalen Hurts was not always receptive to that, as if it just was something that he doesn't like to do. So he leans heavily onto his comfort level, which has provided him some great success and some immense big moments in the NFL.
So this isn't questioning Hurts' talent or the success that he's had. They're just saying, when researching what happened to the offense, you're saying this isn't a one-year thing. This has been in the past, too. They wanted to add more stuff to the offense, but he has been hesitant to that. And now, maybe after, he came into the league, this is his 5th year starting, teams have started to do a much better job of game planning for him. So the Eagles have tried to add things, and he has not been receptive to that. So one of the things that has been explained in this article is that Hurts sometimes goes a little off script.
Talking to sources there in the building, when asking what has become calcified with the Eagles offense to where it's just not highly functional at NFL level, Hurts comes up pretty often as far as wanting to do what he wants to do at times, being rigid, changing plays in the huddle. One team source said you never know what's going to come out of a huddle after you call a play. He might use a hand signal with a receiver to a play that wasn't installed in the offense by the coaches.
A play that's not installed in the offense by the coaches. So he's basically like drawing plays like a playground there. Hey, I'm going to give you a fist, and if I give you that fist, that means we're going to run the play that I just drew up in the dirt. I mean, that's almost kind of what it sounds like there. But listen, sometimes calls for stuff that's not in the game plan. Now, maybe the stuff that they installed but didn't install for that particular week for the game. So those are the two crux of the story is they tried to find out what's wrong with the offense, and the sources kept going to, well, coachability changes the plays. So from there, Dominic Foxworth was asked. Now, he says complaints people have about the Eagles' offense. He seemingly, from this article, seems to think that the complaints that people, I guess, in the building have about the Eagles' offense appears to focus on Jalen Hurts.
It's echoing a lot of things that I've seen and all of us have kind of been saying. It's like this offense doesn't run motion as much as they should. They don't get under center as much as they should. They don't run as many boots as you would want when you have an effective running back like Saquon Barkley. And the schemes, the concepts are pretty basic. Combine that with the lack of shifts. A lot of things that modern offenses do, they haven't been doing. And we've been yelling on this show for years. All you got to do is motion. Then they don't do it. And essentially this article is laying the blame at the feet of Jalen Hurts and kind of saying they want him to be their quarterback, but he's going to be their quarterback the way that they want him to be, not the way that he's wanted to play.
So, he's talking about for years, all of us, you, me, them, fans, onlookers, talent evaluators, they have all kind of said, like, the Eagles need a little bit more in their offense. Their offense is very vanilla. It's very basic. So this reporting doesn't sound off base on that aspect, is that we all kind of have said the Eagles need some more creativity in the offense. And it's the one thing that stands out to me. Okay, you don't want to go under center, you don't feel comfortable? Fine. That's neither here nor there. Maybe you didn't grow up doing it, you didn't do it a lot. It's not something you really like to do. Okay. What aversion would you have to sending a man in motion? Like, as the quarterback, how would that bother you so much that you would shoot it down? That you're like, no, I don't want to run motion. So that one to me does stand out a little bit. This is a little bit peculiar. Is, hey, man, I'm just sending a receiver from one side of the field to the other. You're not okay with that? Let's get into the fact that they've had so many coordinators. And it's something that Mike Tannenbaum, who was a general manager in the league with the Jets and the Dolphins, he pointed at the constant coaching change. When this story is about why do the Eagles offense have so many problems, he's not particularly pointing directly at Hurts, but the changes.
He's been to 2 Super Bowls and he's won 1, and there's been a tremendous lack of continuity since he's been the starting quarterback. Some, you could say, were bad hires. Some were because they've been very successful. Shane Steichen becomes a head coach. Kellen Moore becomes a head coach. There's no doubt this offense needs to evolve, as Nick laid out, and certainly that's in the article. But with that said, the foundation is very good, and this is a critical offseason. And again, be it play action, under center, all those objective measurements, they're towards the bottom of the league.
So we know that the coordinator changes have been a constant problem. But I think one part of this article that does stand out for me is that he had tension between him and Kellen Moore. So that's the year they won. And that stands out because similar reporting about Carson Wentz was that he was coached hard by John DeFilippo. What happened that year? Carson Wentz was, a front runner for MVP. When DeFilippo left, that's when we started to hear stuff. Very similar situation here. When Kellen Moore was here, he's now gone. You're talking about what happened to the offense this year. Everybody's starting to say this stuff, and they're saying, listen, even last year, there was some tense moments between Moore and Hurts. But that's a good thing, because that says Kellen Moore was able to coach him hard and get the most out of him. So that's where I think you do have to at least open your eyes a little bit to some of the stuff that's coming out here. Agree or disagree? 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board, right? I mean, when you hear that, listen, there was tension between – that's not a negative that there was tension between him and Moore. That, to me, says that Moore coached him hard and that Hurts didn't like it particularly, but The team won the Super Bowl. So it says that it worked. That's what stands out to me about that whole situation.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to something you made a comment earlier before. We've talked about this numerous times over the years, which is Brian Johnson seemed to have such a personal connection to Hurts that he felt uncomfortable or was unable to really press Jalen in the way he needed to be pressed. You mentioned about Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore coached him harder and said, "Nah, man, you ain't telling me what to do. We're going to do it my way." Next year, you have Petullo, Mr. Everybody loves him in the building. But apparently, Petullo was unable to push back on the, players who have strong wills to the point where you see in the article it talks about the body language of Jalen Hurts. Well, that was something that I brought up to you during the season about there were times that you watch an Eagles game and you see Jalen basically giving, Petullo like the side dirty eye, like, "Hey, bleep you, buddy. Like, what do you know?" on the sideline after a 3-and-out.
I go to I know this article is very, very long. You're going to need a lot of time in your day to finish this thing. But in the game against the Niners, everybody's talking about how did they call that play. Jalen Hurts is standing right there when they call that play.
And so is Sirianni.
Well, everybody is. But Sirianni's there. Petullo's there.
Right.
And everyone's just insinuating that Petullo called a horrible play. What's to say that Jalen Hurts, who's standing right there, he's not in on that play call?
I'm not saying he isn't, but if you go back to the last episode of Hard Knocks, it's very obvious that Sirianni gave the play his blessing. So I don't think it's fair to vacate some of the blame from the head coach. And they mentioned that a little bit in the article about how Sirianni's become, Hurts, one of Hurts' biggest defenders and advocates. And so, maybe part of the reason why Hurts feels enabled or empowered to be this way, is it possible that it's because the head coach is like, thumbs up, buddy?
Mm-hmm. Well, in the article, it says, Hurts will change plays when he sees fit, though many established quarterbacks have such freedom, especially at the line of scrimmage when noticing a defensive tendency. Some within the team consider his changes excessive at times. A key example came in the closing seconds of a 10-7 win against the Green Bay Packers in November. Sirianni's questionable decision to go for it on 4th and 6 from the Green Bay 35 with 33 seconds left, holding a 3-point lead on a Packers team that was out of timeouts, was exacerbated by a play choice, a deep shot to Brown down the left sideline that fell incomplete. Sirianni covered for them, but cameras caught him mouthing "why" following the long pass. Smith acknowledged to ESPN afterward that 1 and 11, Hurts and Brown made the decision to go for the kill shot.
Which is interesting because, one, that was also the play that other reporting has said that Brown was not supposed to be the primary option on the play. And it's been suggested that Brown didn't run the play out well enough, which, again, is also in the article, that there are times that Brown wasn't really,
That's a whole separate part of the article.
Right,
Correct.
but my point is that, there's so many layers to this.
Right. This goes on to say, Eagles offensive players know Hurts isn't afraid to change plays he doesn't like and must adjust accordingly. A team source says, added a separate team source, quote, "You never know what play is coming out of the huddle. When Hurts is leading it, and in the past, he has been known to signal a route that hasn't been installed by coaches."
Right.
So he's basically making stuff up as he goes sometimes, and that's never a good thing.
Right, and that goes back to the Derek Gunn report from last year. That this is Hurts has apparently been doing this for a while. This wasn't just what happened just this past year.
Mm-hmm. The other part of this that I found to be somewhat interesting, again, goes back to the part that there was tension between him and Kellen Moore in 2024. I think that does kind of go to show. It says multiple team sources describe the relationship between Moore and Hurts in 2024 as tense at times. So that kind of does indicate that Moore was willing to push back on him. And I think that one is one that's a little eye-opening.
Yeah, and I think that's where I think it's interesting what Mike Tannenbaum and Kimberly Martin said here about how Hurts does have flaws, but he's still a champion, and that the Eagles owner likes this guy.
Are there warts in Jalen Hurts' game? Absolutely. But again, There are countless teams, Matt, that would take Jalen Hurts' worst day as a two-time Super Bowl quarterback.
I think that's the takeaway, because for me, because when I think of this situation, you're talking about a coach's kid, you are talking about a Super Bowl MVP, and you're talking about a guy who Jeff Lurie, the owner of the Eagles, literally in Phoenix, where I was yesterday, told reporters, no one loves Jalen more than I do. There's no bigger fan of Jalen than me. I love everything about him, right? So you have that on the heels of this.
And that's what I was talking about earlier. You know, this article is from dozens of sources, ironically, all on one side of the coin. But as Kimberly Martin points out, you could find dozens of other people who might have a different opinion. And that's where I look at the one part of this that really stands out to me is that the relationship with Moore was tense at times. And I look at that as a good thing for Moore. But that Hurts knows how much he can get away with. And he'll take advantage if he can. Moore wouldn't let him take advantage. Maybe Brian Johnson did. Maybe Kevin Patullo did. Something to think about. We'll continue on. Football at 4 is coming up on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Don't forget that live sounder is going to be going off here this hour. We'll get 2 more people entered for this year's draft party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Stick around. More Sports Bash. And there's our draft party contest sounder. We'll be at the Balcony Bar for a live broadcast giveaways, including a pair of tickets, club box seats to a Eagles home game this year. Caller number 6 and 7, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. We're entering 2 people an hour, caller 6 and caller 7. You are our next 2 entries. You must be present to win at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We're going to have great prizes this year. Club box tickets to an Eagle home game, overnight stay, concert tickets, Ocean Casino gift cards. Caller 6 and caller 7, 609-573-3776. Good luck. Football at 4 is coming up next.
Jalen Hurts, despite immense success, is facing some frustrations now within his own building. Mainly, sources point to an issue with coachability, that even in 2024, when they won the Super Bowl, coaches trying to implement new schemes, motions and shifts, maybe more things under center. Hurts has pushed back to those at times. They feel like changes within the huddle to play calls have been excessive at times, even giving signals to receivers with hand signals to change a play that weren't installed in the offense. So those are things that have just sort of come to a head despite all the winning that they've done. Yeah. The passing attack has not diversified in recent years.
Well, we all have seen that. Football at 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, Jeff Mosher is here today. It's brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort. We will be there for this year's draft party. And, of course, you could be there as well. We'll do our qualifiers next hour. We just had 2 more qualifiers who just got in to win tickets to go see the Eagles at Lincoln Financial Field. By the way, Phillies down 5-3. Bryce Harper's up with 2 on in the ninth, and he just popped up to shortstop. That's a bummer. Schwarber is on, and so is, I think, Turner. So there's 2 outs in the ninth. Harper did homer in his last at-bat to make it 5-3. They're down 5-3. They're down to their final out, but things never seem to be quiet around the Eagles. And it seems like every couple of years there's one of these quarterback stories that come out. And this one's interesting, Jeff. Let's kind of set the stage here. This was not supposed to be a Jalen Hurts article. This was more just, hey, what happened to the offense? And it seemed a lot of the sourcing and reporting started to go down the road of the quarterback. Is that how you kind of read this piece? That a lot of people in this building are saying, what's wrong with the offense? Well, you got this, and this. And as Fowler kind of mentioned, Jalen Hurts' name just kept coming up a lot.
So I didn't realize that when I read the story. I think that's something Jeremy might have said on ESPN, that it didn't start out that way.
He said that the reason they wrote the article was not for where it went to. The article was supposed to be about the struggles of the 2025 offense that had all this talent but didn't really do what you thought. And that when he started to get sourcing, dozens of sources, this is how the story ended up.
Well, let me ask you just a really basic football question.
Sure.
Take the Eagles out of it. If you're going to write a story about a team's struggle on offense, what are the odds that the quarterback is not going to be at the center of that story? So, I mean, in all fairness, and I love Jeremy. I don't think he's trying to backpedal. I think I'm sure he was looking to write something, him and Tim, about the Eagles offense with all that money involved and how it could have devolved to what it did. But I mean, you can't be surprised that it came back, that a big part of it is about the quarterback, because that's how offense works in the NFL. So,
you're right about that. You're definitely right about that. But obviously, this was layers and layers and layers of different things. Tense moments between him and Kellen Moore in 2024. And I want to start there because to me, this sets up everything. Is that Moore coaches him hard. There's tense moments, and he got the most out of them, a championship. Then there's some reporting that he had too many yes men around him. Well, Moore's out of the building, and now maybe the offensive coordinator and the others don't hold him as accountable for changing the play, going off script, calling his own plays that aren't even installed in the offense.
Yeah. So let me first say this. I really give a lot of credit to the work that both Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler did, because when I read the story, what jumped out to me right off the bat was how balanced it was, Mike, and how a lot of times reporters write stories with anonymous sourcing. And I don't know if they do this intrinsically or just subconsciously, but they sort of, you can tell that they either took a side or they presented more than one, like one side more than the other. And I think the beauty of the ESPN story that came out between Tim and Jeremy is that there's actually contrasting points made in that story. There are points that Jalen Hurts is uncoachable, does it his way, wants it to look a certain way, is unapologetic about it. And then there are also quotes from sources who say he is more open than ever to changing, to being adaptable. So I give them both credit for really balancing it. That's not a hit piece. If anybody thinks that's a hit piece on Jalen Hurts, they don't know what a real hit piece is, and it's like they've forgotten what journalism is supposed to be. That is a very balanced story with a lot of sources, and sources that don't always agree. And I think that that's the point you're left with, Mike, is that if you're rational enough to understand that there are two things can be true at the same time, and that several people can look at the situation and find different either culprits or different people responsible, different people to praise, different people to discredit, you get that. And that's really what the story is. That's what life is. Not everybody, Greg Cosell likes to say in scouting when he breaks down tape, reasonable people can disagree. Sometimes two people will watch tape of a player and come away with a different opinion. And you say, well, how's that possible? Right. So I think what it really just goes to show, though, is if you're among the people, if you're a consumer of football, if you're a fan of the Eagles, and you've got some semblance of common sense about you, you know that the quarterback, in terms of this story, has some flaws and has some that we've talked about, has some things that he's got to improve. And you come away hoping that, or at least given the glimmer that maybe he recognizes that and will improve upon it.
Well, all right. So let's break down a couple things here. The word uncoachable is not a great word to use when talking about somebody, especially like Hurts, who is a coach's son. And we've heard how coachable, supposedly he is. When you hear sources say that he's uncoachable, is this a case of him being stubborn or someone who doesn't trust the scheme he's being asked to run?
Well, let me just talk about what Adam and I have reported a couple of different times and talked about on Inside the Birds. And I got a person reached out to me today who is a longtime Inside the Birds listener and had read the story. And this person's remark to me, and I'm not trying to steal from Tim and Jeremy took it to another level. They did a great job. But this person reached out to me and said that they felt that they already knew a lot about what has come out because of Inside the Birds and what Adam and I have talked about. So I'll just feel comfortable saying, like, we have discussed that two things about Jalen is he tends to be, and this won't surprise people. He's just got a little like an introverted sense about him where he obviously has the utmost confidence in himself to the point where he lives life by this chip, by these mantras, by these one-liners that we call Sabanisms, right? And he's very stoic in that regard. And that has also made him a little bit difficult, as we've heard and talked about, for his teammates to relate to. He's not like kind of like a let's have a conversation at the bar type of guy is the way we get it,
I've often opined that he seems very unrelatable.
Correct. Right. And then signing that big contract, winning the Super Bowl, becoming MVP, lighting up the cigar a la Michael Jordan style, right? That I think Derek Gunn kind of talked about that during the season when some things came out, just how he perceives himself and wants to be perceived. Well, that goes into coaching. When you sign a big contract, when you've reached a certain level, this is not immune to anybody and certainly not germane to just Jalen Hurts, but you start to view yourself a little bit differently. And I think that is fair reporting that, he's a guy who's not just, and we saw this with Carson Wentz. We see it with other people that is just going to just do what's being told without either questioning it or having his own imprint on it or feeling on it. And what you want to call that uncoachable? Sure. Some people would. Because coaches want guys. I just saw. That's awesome.
5-5. Sosa just got a base hit to tie the game up in the bottom of the ninth there with 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth. So
amazing.
That is happening as well. So it is 5-5 with runners on second and third.
Yeah.
I'm paying attention to you because I have a follow-up question.
Yeah, no, I'm following along here. It's I love that the Phillies decide to wait 7 innings before they start having good at-bats, but whatever. It's a nice at-bat by Sosa. But yeah, so yeah, I think that's it's a fair assessment of him. It's certainly something I've heard about other guys who have excelled in their position as well. So it's like I said, it's not something that's unique to just Jalen Hurts, but the point is you got to be coachable though. You do have to accept coaching.
Right. Yes. And I have said all the time that when things aren't going well, when things are going fine, everything's fine. But when things aren't going well, he seems very just not relatable. Like just not one of us, not one of the guys. And then say, hey, how come things weren't going well? Well, so-and-so. And yesterday you hear the owner speak glowingly about him. And it felt like some people are saying he has poor body language. He doesn't buy in. He's not coachable. And we notice it. But the people who matter don't notice it. And that gets frustrating if that's the case.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, I think that, we have probably had discussions like this over the last few years about his relatability, approachability, things of that nature. In the end of the day, I don't think it's the biggest thing in the world. I think it gets magnified when you lose and then sort of brushed over when you win. But the reality is the Eagles are either winning Super Bowls or getting knocked out of the first round. So it's going to come up when that happens. And that's sort of a part of their story of being this ultra successful franchise who either wins it all or disappoints people, and then to a point where you don't understand what's going on. And that's a part of Jalen Hurts' story. I thought the story on ESPN did a really interesting job of pointing out that when he's not the guy, right? Like you see him work so hard to become the guy, and now he is. He's not losing his job to Tua here. He's won a Super Bowl. He's not the guy that has to have the chip on his shoulder anymore because he's the guy that people want to be, and you have to handle that differently. And the story did a good job to explain how, and the sources said he's got to get used to that now. Okay, he's got to be a little more relatable. He's got to stop acting like 20 people are disrespecting him all the time. He's signed a contract. He's won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Throw your arm around another guy who might be struggling.
One of the, I thought, parts of this that stood out was that sources close to Jalen Hurts says he has too many yes people around him, and then you have Sean Mannion. How does that comment resonate with a 33-year-old first-time coordinator?
Yeah, that's great. And I think that goes back to the conversation where you just never thought after the Eagles fired Kevin Patullo that they were going to hire another novice play caller. But they like Sean Mannion. They think he's really brilliant. And honestly, if they're going to put their eggs in that basket, they expect him to coach Jalen Hurts. And that means they expect Jalen Hurts to take the coaching. You know what I'm saying? If not, they would have hired a guy.
To add to this, Jeff, is the report that there were tense moments between him and Kellen Moore, but they won the Super Bowl. So that kind of tells me Kellen Moore pushed back on him, where maybe Patullo did not.
Well, I mean, this reminds me of a lot of conversations from that year. Kellen Moore tried to run his offense for about 4 or 5 weeks. The story that came out today pointed out, we talked about that on ad nausea that year on Inside the Birds. Tried to run his style of offense, a lot more motion. At the end of the day, after the 6th week of the season, it was a lot more like the Eagles offense with some motion. They did do more motion than maybe they had done prior. But the point is, you can either call that a compromise or you can call that a coach getting frustrated, crumbling up the paper and saying, we're just going to run the ball, which is another way to look at it too. And they did that really well.
Why is there such a massive disconnect in your mind regarding Hurts going under center or play action? I mean, to me, or not play action, but also setting a man in motion. I mean, to me, like if he's unwilling to just take the under center thing. Okay, he's not comfortable with that. That I can understand. Sending a guy in motion, he would be adverse. Like that to me is
no. I get it. Peyton Manning hated motion as well. By the way,
I've heard that reporting definitely.
When you send players in motion, the defense adjusts, and usually you send a person in motion right before you snap the ball, right? So if the defense then adjusts, as a quarterback, when you're in the shotgun, especially, you have already surveyed the defense and you have already figured out what you want to do based on that defensive look. So if now you have a motion man that changes the defense at the snap, now as a quarterback, you have to do mid-snap or post-snap, I should say, processing and figure out perhaps a different throw than you might have thought before the motion based on the defensive look. So I can understand that. Now, some will say, listen, you want to be a high-profile quarterback in the NFL, you have to be a good post-snap processor. And that would be the knock, that Jalen's much more of a pre-snap determiner than a post-snap processor. So that's the reason why a quarterback wouldn't want that. The back to the under center versus shotgun thing is twofold also. One, he doesn't like when you go under center and then you snap the ball, whether you're passing or running, your back has to face the defense. So if it's a play action pass, you have to fake to the running back with your back facing the defense. So then you lose that picture in your head. And quarterbacks who play exclusively out of the shotgun, the way Hurts did in college, don't really like to do that because it's new to them and they don't want to see the picture change while they're turning their back. In fact, Mike, I brought this up in a story that I wrote during the season. Minnesota game. is the first game where they showed under center, jumbo package, play action, right? You remember the touchdown he threw to Devontae Smith in that game, bomb? That came from under center. Mm-hmm. If you go back and watch that, it was a very uniquely drawn up play where he was under center, but he never actually fully turned his back when he faked the handoff to Saquon Barkley. It was one of those kind of side and then a quick throw. He never fully did the full pivot. It wasn't true downhill play action because he never turned his back to the defense in that snap. So that's something that, again, quarterbacks don't like. And Jalen liked obviously being out of shotgun for most of his career because that also presented the fact that he could run. The defense isn't going to think you're going to run if you're under the quarterback. I mean, if you're under center, when you're in shotgun, that brings the RPO element. It brings the zone read element that was a big part of his career for the first 4 or 5 years.
There's a report from Jeremy Fowler. We're talking with Jeff Mosher. It's Football at 4. That he changes the plays at the line of scrimmage to an excessive degree. Freestyling. Sometimes he calls plays that are not installed in the package. Is that something that we should be shocked by, or is that normal?
I just think that that's a good, at least, way for people to understand, and they won't anyway. I mean, many will. I shouldn't say everybody, but there'll be the detractors. But for all the throwing under, we said all the time, you can't blame the play caller for every play call because a guy goes into the huddle with 2 or 3 calls to begin with based on the defensive look, right? And then even when they settle on the play call, because of all the checks and the changes of defense, then the play call changes a lot. And that's up to the quarterback in that regard, especially a veteran quarterback, to make sure he's making the right play call. So I don't think the issue is that Jalen Hurts changes the plays a lot because, again, every quarterback does that. I think the issue is, are you changing it to a play call that's good, that is a good play against that defense? Because we know that Jalen Hurts prefers to throw the deep ball outside the sidelines, right? And then that's where the 4th and 6th play against Green Bay came in, where he changed the call. And Nick Sirianni was like, what are you doing? And everybody blames Patullo and Sirianni and calls them idiots and, reminds everybody that Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl, but they want to ignore that part. And that part can't be ignored. You can change the play call, but you can't call the same play all the time just because that's your strength. It's got to be a good play call to combat the defense.
How much pressure, if any, does this report put on Sirianni, do you think?
I think it puts more pressure on Jalen Hurts. I mean, they're inextricably linked anyway. Like if the Eagles have a terrible year and go 6-11, they're probably both going to lose their jobs, But I think just the idea that they went out and hired Sean Mannion because they think he's an amazing designer or offense, or he had great ideas, and they didn't go with a veteran play caller, shows you that they weren't just going to go back to that route.
Just because if uncoachable, that narrative continues and the offense isn't good again, does the organization look at Hurts or that the coach can't coach the quarterback?
Say it again. Let me think about what you just said.
So I asked the question about Sirianni is that if uncoachable is the word and that narrative continues, does ownership and Howie say if the offense struggles again, is that them saying you're not getting through to this quarterback? Yeah. He's our guy and you're not getting through to him.
Yeah, I can't answer that, man. I think I have the same question you do. The owner.
Because the owner gave a glowing report about
and that's not lip service. The owner really does like Jalen Hurts a lot.
He didn't give a glowing report about Jalen Carter.
No, that was funny. Confusing one for the other. But the owner really does like Jalen Hurts. Now the owners liked a lot of players who eventually walked out the door because they weren't getting the job done. So the owner is still the owner, and he's still got a bottom line. But you got to remember this about Jalen Hurts and the owner. The owner was involved in that decision to draft him and took a lot of heat for it, and now looks like the biggest genius in the NFL because Jalen Hurts has turned successful. So it'll probably take a lot. But I would say a bad season is a lot, right? I mean, you just heard him say when they fall short of winning the Super Bowl, it's disappointing. So he loves the guy. He's not going to give up on him easily, But at the same time, you're presenting sort of a doomsday scenario. What if this thing backfires and the offense is horrible again? Well, I think then anything is on the table.
Or calcified. That was the word that they used to describe the offense. When you talk to people around the league or you look at the Eagles, do they view this as the limitations of Jalen Hurts, or has it been Nick Sirianni's offense is very vanilla?
Well, one thing about the offense that we expect to be implemented, Mike, is that it's supposed to come with a whole lot of answers. And typically Shanahan, McVay style quarterbacks, LaFleur, don't have to change the play as much because the answers are already supposed to be built in. So that's my way of saying I look forward to seeing on, what happens with the Eagles offense. I think that's a big reason why Mannion's here, so that Jalen may not have to make as many of those decisions.
The report has dozens of sources, so there's a lot of people who spoke on this. So why now?
I can't answer that. I'm not the author.
Well, I only ask that as a guy who's a reporter, because, again, this wasn't set out to go after Jalen Hurts. This story was about the offense. So people might say, well, why now? Are the Eagles trying to get the message to Jalen that we know what's been going on here, buddy, or not? Are you not reading it that way?
Yeah, I don't think a story like this comes out because the Eagles facilitate it, so other than that, I really couldn't tell you why now.
All right. The other part of the story is A.J. Brown is involved in the story a little bit, believe it or not. And it was pretty blunt about A.J. Brown's effort and his struggles when it came to zone defenses, right? That's what I got from it.
Sure.
And is the friction that has happened between Hurts and Brown a result of the scheme that they run failing them, or is this Brown just not liking the offense?
Well, I'll just, again, I'll give you my feeling on it that's independent of the story. I think back to A.J. Brown.
Crawford, by the way, has just won the game for the Phillies.
Man, this kid is really off to such a great start. And you know why? Because he's putting the ball on the ground. He's beating out hits. He's not trying to hit home runs, although he did hit a nice double off the wall. He might have to back cleanup, Mike, at the way he's going. Yeah, what a great at-bat by Crawford there. I will say I'll go back to, I forget what game it was, where A.J. Brown had a couple of touchdowns. One of them was because a guy fell. I think it was man-to-man, and Hurts threw it up left side, caught touchdown. Another one was a really nice pass in between two defenders. I'm not sure if it was man or zone on that one. But after the game, A.J. Brown, everybody thought he'd be like finally happy, and he had that post that said, "Use me, but don't use me." Right?
Yep.
So my read into that, without AJ clarifying it, was that I'm there for you on your signature deep bombs, right? But like when I'm open in zone, when there are other plays where you could get me the ball, you don't want to do it. That was kind of my read on that.
All right.
But to the story's point, and something we've talked about with Greg Cosell on Inside the Tape that we do every week, twice a week during the season, where we break down the offense every week. It's quite clear that he was far more successful of a touchdown maker against man than zone. But I will say that Chargers game, and then when they started to do some different things offensively, I thought he made some really, really good improvements throwing between the numbers and in the middle of the field from the Chargers game to the game after that. And then all of a sudden it went, like at the end of the year, it went back to, you didn't see it, which is confounding to me. But I guess that's why this story came out, right?
Well, this reminds me a lot of, and you guys at Inside the Birds have John DeFilippo as a guest, plenty of times over the years.
Yeah.
When Wentz had DeFilippo, he coached him really hard, and the result was Carson Wentz was an MVP candidate. And then when he left and Carson kind of got his way, so maybe Jalen Hurts is someone who needs that hard coaching.
I honestly think most quarterbacks need hard coaching, No
doubt.
If you go back to the Brady Belichick era, and it didn't end great, but I mean, who's going to argue with all the success in the Super Bowls? That ESPN story that came out that sort of detailed how things got wonky at the end. Part of the the buildup, though, to winning all those titles was Brady accepting from Bill that he was going to make a remark every once in a while, like the quarterback at Foxborough High could have made that throw, right? So, and Bill's message to Brady early in his career was, I need to be able to coach you hard, despite the fact that you're a superstar, because that's the tone we have to set here to have sustained success. Nobody can be bigger than the team. And
Right.
so I think all quarterbacks need that.
Just to, you mentioned the balance of the story. There is a part of the story that says one team source says that Hurts is, quote, as open as he's ever been to changes. So training camp can't get here soon enough, right?
Hurts PR team doing a great job too. You got to love it. Eagles PR team versus Hurts PR team. Everybody's
Eagles,
trying to back their guy.
The Eagles, by the way, did not comment on the story.
Correct. Right.
I don't know what that messaging is.
Well, what do you think? What do you think? They're not going to comment.
All right. Football at 4. Jeff Mosher, good one today. Phillies win. Justin Crawford with an RBI single in the bottom of the 10th. By the way, Duran came in and pitched the top of the 10th and 1-2-3 inning there. Phillies down 5-2, a Harper homer, a Real Muto homer, and then a couple of runs to tie it in the 9th, and a Crawford single to win it in the 10th. There we go, Jeff Mosher. Good stuff when you come on.
And again, we don't get to my UConn Huskies, so I guess we'll have to talk about it on Monday when they're going to be playing for a national title. I guess that's what we're going to have to do, Mike.
All right, we'll talk about it Monday.
See you, bud.
See you. All right, there's Jeff Mosher. Football at 4. Phillies 6, Nats 5. A home run from Real Muto and Harper. Crawford, a game-winning single in the bottom of the 10th. Phils win over the Nationals. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash, and, of course, Football at 4 every day, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. And it is brought to you by our friends at Ocean Casino Resort. Bert Kreischer's there Friday and Saturday at Ovation Hall. Get your tickets now at oceanac.com. Singer-songwriter Lenny Kravitz is there at Ovation Hall on Saturday, May 16th. Get your tickets now at oceanac.com. How about Stain founder Aaron Lewis next Friday, or 2 Fridays from now, April 17th at Ovation Hall at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And on Friday, April 24th, comedian, writer, and podcast host Tony Hinchcliffe takes the stage at Ovation Hall in Atlantic City. Ocean Casino. Tickets are available at theoceanac.com. A lot happening at Ocean, including the Sports Bash will be live at not Ovation Hall. I don't know that the show is quite big enough to fill Ovation Hall, but we got the Balcony Bar. That's a big step for the show. Balcony Bar is a pretty nice spot. If you've never been there before, I'm pumped up. I am excited that we get that Balcony Bar all to ourselves. And I got a pair of tickets for a Eagles home game this year at Lincoln Financial Field to give away. I have an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort, and we have another chance for you to enter coming up in about 25 minutes. Stick around. McGarry's going to be joining us from the ballpark, so much more. Stay right there. All right,
The
Sports
relationship
Bash Live.
between him and the quarterback. And I've covered enough the Eagles, and we've talked about it. And it's not a situation where he is bitter toward the team. There's good feelings in that regard. There's good feelings both ways on that one, which is why I do think it's going to be interesting to see how this spring plays out, because it's not like Brown is saying, I hate that team. They've done something to me. I want out of here. I don't want any parts of it. And I'm not showing up for the entire spring. It's a different type of situation.
That was Mike Garafolo on the Rich Eisen Show as the A.J. Brown turns. We have a story on really Jalen Hurts. He was kind of center stage in this story today, but Jalen Hurts wasn't the only story there. A.J. Brown and his rigidness in the zone, effort being noticed. I think both these star players have a lot to, both took center stage in this article. Obviously, Hurts more so, but that was Mike Garafolo's take on A.J. Brown and what led to the Brown and Eagles rift. That's the first part of what he said. Here's what he also followed up on today on the Rich Eisen Show. 1 second, everybody. This is from today's show, Mike Garafolo on Rich Eisen.
So is he there for workouts? Is he there for OTAs? If it lasts through minicamp, is he potentially there for that? And I don't have the answers to that. And people I have asked have said, well, we'll get there when we get there, sort of things. And I don't know that he's even made a decision for how he wants to handle it. So that's why, Rich. And I've heard both sides of it. I've heard from people around both of these guys. Jalen is AJ's kid's godfather. How did it get to this point? And I've heard not enough to say I've got a full grasp of everything, but I've heard enough to go, okay, well, I'm not going to sit here and say it's Jalen's fault or it's AJ's fault. It's just two guys that seem to have grown apart for whatever reason.
How many people out there have a godparent that you don't talk to anymore? Or the so-and-so is the godparent of your son or daughter, and you don't talk to those people anymore? I would imagine 50% of our audience are like, I had a kid, I was friends with somebody, they were my godparent, and now I don't even talk to that person anymore. Now, I know who my godparent is. I don't know who my godfather is. I do know who my godmother is, and I do see her from time to time. But I know that many people are the godparents of somebody's kid. Maybe you went to college with them. Maybe you had a kid when you just got out of college, and you were really friendly with that person, and now you've grown apart from that person. He's the godparent of an A.J. Brown who's on the team with him. That's what is a little weird, and that they've grown that far apart. So that's what Mike Garafolo had to say about what led to the rift here. But he also does say, I don't think it's to the point that he has to be traded. I don't know. I don't know if I can handle too much of this. I'm one of those people that, I don't get fatigued by stories. I can, if you ever try arguing with me, I'll argue with you until you basically tap out. I'm going to tap you out. You won't get me to stop. I'll just keep going around and round and round. You can argue with me all day. I have no problem with that. I love it. I love a great debate. I have no problem if you disagree with me, but I certainly will defend my side of the story if I believe that my side is not right or wrong. It's just you're not changing my opinion unless you do something that will clearly change my opinion. So I have no problem going around. So the story of A.J. Brown, it's going to keep on going, and I have wondered whether it will fatigue me or not. I just don't know that anything new is going to come from it because the Eagles don't want to trade him until after June 1st. And I think that's the crux of this story right here. So people are going to keep trying to dig and dig and dig. And then on June 1st, it's like, hey, you know what? We changed our mind. No, you saved $20 million. So that's why I think the story might get a little fatiguing for me, even though it's going to continue to come up.
Well, I think that's why this Jalen Hurts article came out, because people are asking the question, well, why now? Why do they do it now? I think it's because these guys who were covering the story realized there's really not a lot of legs around this A.J. Brown thing. Why don't we talk about something else when it comes to the Eagles? And I think that's why they kind of finally decided, you know what?
Possible. Like Fowler and McManus, I think we're like, hey, you know what might be an interesting story? How come the Eagles' offense was so inept last year?
Because if you go based on what Fowler was saying on different shows, apparently they've been working on this for a few weeks. This wasn't something they just started doing this week. Apparently they've been working on it for a few weeks.
Well, when you have that much sourcing, yeah, it's not an overnight sensation here. This is something that you've been doing and say, listen, the Eagles' 2025 season, you had all this talent. Why did the offense stink? Let's dive into it. It's not an overnight story. This is dozens of sources that you go and talk to, and they tell you, well, this. And then it's like, whoa, I didn't know that this was going to go down this road here. I got a little different story here all of a sudden.
Because now it's an opportunity for you to have a bigger picture Eagles discussion than just the A.J. Brown stuff.
So give me 3 questions you now have because of this story.
My first question is, does Jalen Hurts have the awareness to understand how his own actions impact the functionality of this offense?
It's a fair question and a good one. It's an outside-the-box thought. I don't know that very many people are thinking that way, but I like that question. 2 points for you, because I've said many times he's just such an unrelatable guy, and I don't think he realizes he's so unrelatable.
And I agree.
I don't think he understands how unrelatable he is. Now, there are certain fans that like him, and I have no problem with it. I like Jalen Hurts. I'm no Jalen Hurts hater. I going back to 2021 when they drafted him, I think I was the only person in the Delaware Valley who had no problem with them drafting him. You remember those shows?
With me too.
So I had no problem with them drafting him, 1. 2, I had no problem when he started the first year and was just average, and they kept him. I said I'd give him another year. I saw enough from him his first year as the starter when they went 9-8 and made the playoffs that I said I would keep him over trading for Deshaun Watson or Russell Wilson or drafting someone in that draft class who I was not all that impressed with. So this isn't me being a hater of Jalen Hurts by any stretch of the imagination, but I can be critical of someone that I also like and say that he needs to evolve more in many aspects of his game. Otherwise, he is going down the road of what could have been.
Right.
So his lack of awareness of not understanding that maybe the perception of him is that he's part of the problem.
Right. And maybe if he doesn't understand that he's part of the problem, that's in of itself another problem.
And I really hate to say he's part of a problem that I don't want to say the problem's minimal, but this is a team that's been to the playoffs 5 straight years with him as the quarterback. That's all. There's a lot of organizations. By the way, I will be a guest on Game Night tonight with Q Myers tonight on 97.3 ESPN. I don't know what time, but it's a national story. They're asking me to come on as a guest to talk about it because it has reached the level of this is the biggest story in football right now.
Well, follow the Mike Gill show on X, and you'll find out what time.
I know that he reached out to me early this morning, and he said, can you come on tonight to talk about the Eagles? I said, there's something going on with the Eagles? I may have missed this. What else? What other questions?
My second question is, was Sean Mannion hired because they believe he is the guy that's going to get the most out of Hurts, or is he the guy that's going to make or break Hurts?
I think they really think they uncovered a gem here, and we know how much the Eagles pride themselves in that.
They love that.
They found Doug Peterson. No one else interviewed him. They found Nick Sirianni. Nobody else interviewed him. They found Andy Reid. No one else interviewed him. They think they found the next superstar coach that no one else thought to do. That said, I think the comments from Jeffrey Lurie suggest, and Sirianni, that they want to change the offense. He said yesterday that the team would make, quote, some significant offensive changes. That's what Lurie said. This year, it was really apparent to everyone, but especially, I would say, to our head coach, that we were able and going to make some significant offensive changes that would get us back to being championship-level offense. We have our own proprietary metrics. Good grief. And ways of measuring offense and defensive performance. And our offense was not what we were either accustomed to or expected. So I think they tried to find someone who will change the dynamics of the offense that they've been bringing to the field over the Hurts era.
By the way, Joel Embiid put out another tweet.
Oh, yeah?
He says, I guess they won't let me play basketball. That's all it says.
Wow.
This has got to be April Fool's thing, right? I mean, this has got to be Joel Embiid, just kind of like leaning into it.
I don't know what to say about that. I mean, he the other night he wasn't on the injury report. He said he was sick. He wished he felt better. Then he wasn't on the initial injury report for this game. Then he was out. Then he said, I'm playing, sweat it out. And now this.
But when did Joel Embiid change his profile picture?
Don't know.
Because I don't know if you've seen it.
I did. I did
Okay.
notice that he changed it.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering if he changed that today or not, but I digress. So my third question is something specifically in the article.
Mm-hmm.
So the article tells the story that people may not remember Jay Glazer told last year. The story about how Big Dom and Big G went to Jalen's house to talk to him last year.
Okay.
And remember, the Eagles aggressively came out and denied that happened.
Okay.
Well, now all of a sudden, you got McManus and Fowler confirming the original Glazer report. He even says in the article at one point that, hey, Jay Glazer reported this and the Eagles denied it initially. So now that we have a new set of people reporting that happened, what does that say to you, Mike Gill, about the Jalen Hurts situation?
Well, that happened in 2024, was the year they won the Super Bowl.
Right.
It feels like Hurts was getting coached hard and that that there was reporting that there was tense moments between him and Kellen Moore. And I'm sure that Hurts left many times feeling very frustrated with what was happening because he was getting pushed back on and he doesn't like it. And that they sent DeSandro and Brandon Graham there that let him know his lack of awareness is being observed.
But then why would the Eagles go so far out of the way to deny that? To even just be like, they could have just spun it. They could have just like, hey, BG, Big Dom, they were just, going out
Because
to hang out.
I think because it had to do with the coach and the quarterback. And that's like the highest of the high. And they don't want people thinking that there's a problem between those two at the time.
Okay.
That's what I would say. That's what I would think anyway, is it's, hey, we have a Super Bowl opportunity here. We can't have a coach and quarterback rift going on here. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Phil's win. It's a game-winning walk-off hit from Justin Crawford. We're going to talk to McGarry, who's at the ballpark next hour, all that. Plus, listen for that sounder to go off. When you hear it, be the 6th and 7th callers. We have another chance for you to enter to win that trip. Not a trip, but club box tickets to see the Eagles play at Lincoln Financial Field this year. Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. You know, so much going on. We don't know what's going on with Joel tonight. He's ruled out. I don't know. It's April Fool's Day. Maybe they're joking. I don't think the league could joke about that, though. The Sixers have ruled Joel out because he's sick. So he's out tonight. They're playing the Wizards, though, who don't have any interest in winning. So are the Sixers strategically holding him out to maybe hope that he can play in the back-to-backs coming up? I'm done trying to read what they do. 1. 2, Phillies with a big win as they get a RBI walk-off from Justin Crawford. His first career 3-hit game. I know there's some people that look at Crawford and wonder what he can be. This is a guy who just puts the ball in play. Something that the Phillies just freaking lack, man. A guy that can put the ball in play. Think about that. He puts the ball in play. He doesn't swing like an idiot. He doesn't try to hit a home run every time he's up. He doesn't have launch angle. He just puts the ball in play, and it seems to be working. He's hitting 3 hits today, an extra base hit today, and he has the game-winning walk-off there. Real Muto, a guy we've been critical of, a lot of people have been. He had a home run today, and so did Harper. The win for the Phillies, 6-5 over the Nationals. We're going to talk more about it. We'll check in at Citizens Bank Park in a little bit with Mike McGarry. Might check in with Jeff Kerr, who was at the game yesterday. I want to get his thoughts on Painter. You heard that during our Phillies fastball segment today, which I hope you guys are enjoying the Phillies fastball segment. We're going to do that pretty much daily, where the three of us just kind of round table Phillies for about 15 to 20 minutes, kind of like a little podcast for you guys, listening to just a little insight on the Phils from guys who were at the ballpark, who cover the team, who called the games. By the way, the win today went to Johan Duran. Bullpen, a couple things on the game today. Keller, 3 runs came in. He's your big off-season acquisition. Did not pitch well for the second time. Ray is up to 9. We'll get into all that and more. The Sports Bash coming up next hour. We'll look back at the Phillies' big win and talk more about it here on the Sports Bash. Right now, I need caller 6 and I need caller 7, 609-573-3776. If you're an Eagles fan, this is for you. I got club box tickets to a game at Lincoln Financial Field this season. A home game at the Link. Caller 6 and caller 7 right now. 609-573-3776. If you've never seen a game at the Link, this is your opportunity. You must be present to win at Ocean Casino Resort's Balcony Bar on April 23rd, the day of the draft. Our draft party every year. It's one of our biggest parties of the year. We're giving away club box tickets, an overnight stay to Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, plus tickets to concerts and comedy shows. Caller 6 and caller 7, good luck. All right, your 5 o'clock hour, we're going to dive into some Phils. They win, and some Eagles. Big story on Jalen Hurts and the offense and A.J. Brown. Mike McGarry's going to join us from the ballpark coming up at 5:30. Jeff Kerr, our Phillies insider. And Jeff, by the way, want to congratulate Jeff as soon as he pops onto the show. He'll be on the video stream for those of you watching on YouTube and on the X platform. Jeff will be covering the Eagles this year for Sports Illustrated. So Jeff's back on the Eagles beat. You know, he spent all that time at CBS Sports. That's where we met Jeff. And then Jeff was laid off by CBS Sports. We brought him on to cover the Phillies, who he covered the Phillies last 2 seasons for CBS Philadelphia. And once he was a free agent, we brought him on board for Phillies this season. But am happy to announce that Jeff will be covering the Eagles this year for Sports Illustrated and our show. He will, of course, be talking Phillies and Eagles with us. We're going to do that right now in just a minute. Glenn in Northfield, Richie in Little Egg Harbor were in the 3 o'clock hour. David in Marlton, Linda in Ocean City were in the 2 o'clock hour. And in our 4 o'clock hour, this guy's name's Bon, like Super Bon. Bob in Beasley. It says Bon, I'm sorry. Bon, I'm sorry. Or Bob, I'm sorry. Bob in Beasley's Point and Douglas in Little Egg Harbor. They were our 2 qualifiers this hour. Don't forget, in the morning during Unsportsmanlike, you can also listen for the sounder, and when you hear it, it'll tell you what you need to do. So listen to Unsportsmanlike if you want bonus chances in the morning. Jeff Kerr, as we just announced, he will be covering the Eagles this year for Sports Illustrated, and the Phillies, of course, with us. And Phillies Fastball, we had a fresh edition earlier today. We'll have another one tomorrow at noon. So we got Phillies to talk about, and we got Eagles to talk about. So, Jeff, you're back on the Eagles beat. We'll get your thoughts on them in a minute. But a big win at Citizens Bank Park today. We've been talking about a stagnant offense, and it was stagnant again today, but it finally got going late. It was a home run from Real Muto and a home run from Harper. But they finally got guys on base and finally got some key hits, including the big one from Justin Crawford, who had a 3-hit day today and a game-winning hit.
I knew I was going to regret taking the day off covering the Phillies, Mike. But, obviously watch the game. So happy for Justin Crawford and what he was able to do. Same with Edmundo Sosa, who, by the way, has a locker next to Adolis Garcia, who also made an impact in this game as well. But, I mean, what a homestand for the kid. 412, over 900 OPS, and now I'm getting all these responses. He should be batting leadoff, this and that. I'm like, can we just let the kid breathe for a little bit? He's doing fine in the 9-hole.
Yeah, you're right about that. Crawford, but to me, he's exactly what this team needs. He's a guy that puts the ball in play. He puts the ball, puts the ball in play, but also has the speed. He creates things. So I don't know if he should hit leadoff right now, but down the road, he's a guy that gets on base, uses his speed, puts the ball in play. That's exactly what you want from one of those top guys in the order. But right now, him hitting in the number 9 hole has generated a lot of opportunities for the top of the order.
I would agree. And look, he just finds ways to get on base. Even the one, he was 3 for 5 today. He probably should have been 4 for 5, right? That was a heck of a play that I'm trying to remember who made the play now, Mike. On the one. Yeah, the one Abrams made that where, just beat them out on that ground ball to first. But look, I mean, the spark he's given them, the spark Andrew Painter gave this team last night, it's funny. You say you don't want to put pressure on these kids, but they don't care. That doesn't seem to bother them. They look at it and say, look, we're in the major leagues. We're here to help this team out. And Andrew Painter got everything back on track last night. And then they were down 5-1 today. And, after Brad Keller gave up the home run, it just felt like it was going to be an ugly loss. This team was going to go 2-4. And they just bowed their way back. Real Muto home run, Harper home run, and they got an opportunity. And look, by the way, Justin Crawford, youngest Philly with a walk-off RBI since Scott Rowland in 1997.
Yeah, and they just haven't had a lot of young offensive prospects, and so far he produces 3 for 5. Real Muto, give him some credit. He got off to a rough start. We've been critical of him, especially during Phillies fastball today. 5 for 8 in the 8 and 9 holes today in your order. Schwarber, he also had that double earlier that he tried to extend to a triple. That drove in a run. Harper hit the home run. He also came up with a chance late in that game and ended up popping up to the shortstop there. But I'll tell you this, in the ninth inning, a good at-bat by Alec Boehm, a good at-bat by Sosa, a good at-bat by Garcia. Those guys all had big at-bats late in the game.
They did. Look, I don't know what was better, Mike. Sosa's two-run single to tie the game, or the defensive play he made in the 10th to keep it 5-5. I think I said that. All right, I think you're going to win this game. And oh, by the way, Garcia 2 hits again. I mentioned that earlier, but yeah, I mean, look at the bottom of the lineup, Mike. If we look at the last 3 hitters here, Marsh 1 for 5, Real Muto 2 for 3, Crawford 3 for 5. So that's 6 for 13. That's impressive. And we've been talking about on Phillies fastball, like, you can be upset with this offense, but the bottom of the order, you really don't have any qualms about.
No, and you tweeted it out over at Jeff Kerr PHL, is that Painter and Crawford were 2 guys under 23 years old. And without Painter's effort last night and Crawford getting the hits today, where would they be? The old guys need to catch up to the young guys. But this is one of the reasons why over the last couple of years, we've been asking for a little infusion of youth into this team.
Yeah, they really haven't gotten an infusion of youth really from anybody. Like, I know Kemp kind of gave them a spark last year, but he was playing hurt. Sanchez was like basically a miracle spot start call-up that just happened to work out. Remember last year? I thought last year was more the running back year than this year because I knew Painter and Crawford were coming. But the year before, it was, okay, you just really signed Jesus Luzardo and Max Kepler. Or trade for Jesus Luzardo, I should say. That was more of a running back year than this year. This year, you kind of fixed all the holes, and you still need a right-handed bat. I agree there. Yeah, well, They tried. We can't say they didn't, but look, they did have trouble in the 9 spot last year. Justin Crawford fixed that. They let Ranger Suarez go because they knew what Andrew Painter could be, and I think Andrew Painter showed that last night. And look, there are still holes on this team, like you said, right-handed bat, but this team isn't going to win unless Trey Turner, Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber hit, and at least 2 of them hit late today.
By the way, Ranger pitched last night, did not pitch well for the Red Sox. And the Red Sox, there's been a lot of murmurs about Ranger. Has not had a good spring. He did not pitch well again for the Red Sox. Painter last night, we talked a lot about him on Phillies fastball, but now Painter in the 5. And Christopher Sanchez, look, his ERA went up to .79. He didn't have his best stuff today, and it's frustrating because he pitched his ass off, and they only got him 1 run.
It's crazy, Mike. He had 12 swings and misses today. He had 13 on opening day. And you're right. He had his like B or C stuff. Like, he was 4 walks today. He was just all over the place. And he just couldn't hit for him. They couldn't hit with the bases loaded. I mean, look, they started the year 0 for 6 with the bases loaded with 120 OPS. It's not acceptable. And, oh, by the way, the guys that are coming up with the bases loaded are the 2, 3, and 4 hitters.
That's been the story, Jeff, all season long, is that, you're 0 for 11 in the game the other night. These guys at the bottom of the order are getting on base. It's the Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Boehm that hasn't been knocking them in. Yeah, and that's what – and look, I think going to Colorado is what this team needs right now. I agree.
We kind of talked about that. By the way, doesn't 3-3 look a heck of a lot better than 2-4 right now?
No doubt. And listen, the way they got the win today, to come from behind and then, all the energy that happens when you come from behind and everybody kind of has that party feel to it. They needed a game like that where the tension is there. You're losing to a team that's not perceived to be very good. And then you come back and win and everybody's bang and you have the day off tomorrow. And now you go to a Colorado team that, the over-under win total for them this year is 54. So this is a bad Colorado team you're going to see this week.
Yeah. Oh, and I wanted to mention too, they only lost, I think, 3 series at home last year. They were in grave danger of losing the first 2 before that 9th and 10th inning. But I gotta give another shout out to Mundo Sosa too. We always talk about the negative energy with Harper and with Alec Boehm sometimes, and Boehm kind of did the whole helmet toss today. But what about the positive energy with Mundo Sosa and Justin Crawford?
Well, and a lot of times people do like to get on Rob Thompson for some of the decisions that they make because the organization is so by the book. Stott comes up. They bring Sosa in to hit for Stott because it was a left-handed pitcher. Well, Sosa later in the game is coming up. Now he has to face a right-handed pitcher, and he comes up in that situation against the righty. So give him credit there. He did come through against a right-handed pitcher because that's usually why are you hitting for Stott here? Well, they end up hitting for Stott, and it worked out for them.
Yep. Yeah, Mundo Sosa, he's a very valuable utility player for this team. I know he's getting older too, but and this is why Rob Thompson likes to get him at bats. And for those people criticizing Rob for sitting Justin Crawford the other day, Justin Crawford's 5 for 8 since he spent that game resting.
I'll tell you what, though. I think the more you rest him when you have a guy 5 for 8 or hitting 3 for 5, they're going to say, why is this guy not in the lineup?
That's where I agree with a lot of the fans. I think it's more of, we want to see this kid play. This kid's pretty good. Why is he not in the lineup? And I don't think we're going to see too many off days for him, at least in this next series.
No, and I do agree with the people that he had the day off the other day. They are off on Thursday, so why did he need the day off? I mean, I get it. He's 22 years old. There's a lot coming at him, but to me, he didn't need that day off. But they lost that game 13-2, so bygones on that. But moving forward here, we'll see what ends up happening. By the way, Aaron Nola will pitch against Michael Lorenzen in the game on Friday. I want to get your thoughts. We talked about it during Phillies fastball, but Andrew Painter, you were there last night at Citizens Bank Park. I want to have you kind of set the scene for the ballpark, him walking onto the field, and the energy in there to see him pitch.
It was incredible, Mike. It felt like back in the day, and I know these were road starts, but when Brett Myers and Cole Hamels made their first starts with the Phillies, only it was home. It felt like Aaron Nola, honestly, in 2015 when he made his first start. You saw a cool, calm, and collected Andrew Painter, which, by the way, multiple players have told me that that's just who he is. Otto Kemp, Justin Crawford, guys that were teammates with him in Lehigh. But I was just filming him walking with JT Realmuto, and I said this on Phillies Fastball today. Realmuto said something to him, when his name was announced, when JT's name was announced, I think he was saying the way Dan Baker says it, and Painter didn't even crack a smile. He was all business. And really, if your only mistake was almost forgetting to tip your cap, that's a pretty good night.
Well, I'll tell you what, he showed ace-like stuff last night, and I don't know what that means for the season, but I've been very bullish on him. And watching him pitch last night, it didn't make me feel any different. I think that kid is going to be, and Oscar said it today on Phillies Fastball, possibly one of the best pitchers in the Phillies history when it all's said and done. We might be seeing the beginning of the next ace pitcher, a la what Wheeler is right now and Sanchez is becoming. You might have another guy in Andrew Painter behind him. Obviously, one question I do have about the game today on the negative side, Brad Keller, second time in a row that he has not got the job done. They put 2 years, $22 million into their setup man.
Yeah, they put a lot of money into him, and he had a career year last year at the Cubs, but before that, he was kind of a failed starter turn reliever, and he said he's been getting stuff right. Well, I've been kind of disappointed in this bullpen, as the totality of this bullpen. Outside of Tim Mesa, who have you really been able to trust over the first week?
Good question. I mean, you did get Duran come in today. Alvarado looked better today. He threw 8 pitches, 6 strikes. But you're right. Bolin has been up and down. Keller way more down than up. Zach Pop has not impressed at all. What did you see from Kerkering? I knew he threw, and he might be close to getting ready to pitch.
Yeah, so tonight he's pitching the back end of a back-to-back. He's going to pitch Friday in Durham, too. He's probably going to follow Zach Wheeler in his rehab start. But, look, he threw, I think it was 18 pitches, 13 strikes. The sweeper was a little off early, so was the split finger. He's still learning how to throw the split finger or learning better grip of the split finger. But it's a very effective pitch when it works. But the sweeper really got him out of trouble. He gave up a couple early base hits, gave up a run, but man, when he was on, and he was having a lot of swing and miss stuff. It just seemed like it took him maybe 5 or 6 pitches to kind of get going. Oh, by the way, that's what I was thinking when Bolin was in today. I'm like, man, if Kerkering was in this spot, this is probably a different scenario here. And yeah, and look, I'm kind of being a little unfair to Johan Duran because he had a shaky first 2 appearances. But today, I mean, you asked him to basically get out of the 10th inning. If he gave up a run, that's fine because there was a ghost runner on second, but he did his job. He didn't give up any.
No, today he came in and did the job. Last night, that ball in left field, if Marsh doesn't make the play on it, we might be talking about a different situation in that game. Jeff Kerr, of course, tomorrow at noon, Phillies fastball. You can watch the live podcast and, of course, 97.3 ESPN. Check out his Phillies Substack at Jeff Kerr on Substack, jeffdkerr.substack.com. And I hope everybody is signing up for that because there's great material in the Substack each and every day, and it's free. It comes right to your mailbox with all the Phillies news and notes that you need. You will also be covering the Eagles this year, back on the Eagles beat, and that's where I found you. You were an NFL guy over at CBS Sports, and now you'll be at Sports Illustrated covering the Eagles. And I don't know when that job starts for you, but boy, you got a hell of a story right out of the chutes here with this Jalen Hurts. And your comment was, read the whole story. What do you mean by that?
Well, look, there's some positive stuff in there, too, how Jalen Hurts has been open to changes. If you read the end of the story, but everybody was focusing on the Kellen Moore, all the Kevin Patullo, the Kellen Moore stuff. And I'm like, look, I'm going to be honest with you, Mike. I kind of knew about some of this stuff for 2 years now. I mean, I've been saying that on Birds 365 with John McMullen. John McMullen's been saying that on Birds 365 for a while. So when this all came out, I read it and I'm like, well, this doesn't surprise me as much, but everybody felt it was a hit piece on Jalen Hurts. I'm like, there's a lot of positive stuff in there too.
You're right. And my biggest takeaway had more to do with the Kellen Moore stuff, that there were tense moments with Kellen Moore. And that tells me that he needs to be coached hard, much like Carson Wentz. And when he's not coached hard, he will take advantage of the situation if he's allowed to.
Yeah, I mean, look, we remember the Kellen Moore stuff. Remember when he said, like, I forget it was minicamp, and I forget the exact quotes, Mike. You probably remember it, but when he said about the offense toward the end, I'm trying to remember the exact wording, but like he basically like had his own like kind of self-criticism of the offense in minicamp, and we saw the first 4 weeks, and they kind of changed everything around, went run heavy, and kind of went more. He wasn't throwing in the middle of the field as much. The second half of the season, you saw a high passer ring, a really good passer ring in the fourth quarter. It's like they played. Kellen Moore switched up what he was doing and played to his strengths. And you're right. I think it's Jalen needs to be coached hard in order to. I don't even want to say get the most out of him, but I think he likes being challenged. And I think Kellen Moore did that. And I think people look at that as, oh, he's uncoachable. I don't think the son of a coach is uncoachable.
No, but sometimes I'm going to get your opinion on this, Dan. Sometimes when you're a son of a coach, sometimes those people were coached by their father, and they feel like that coaching is better than the next guy's coaching.
Yeah, I would agree there. Look, because you learned one way or certain ways from certain people for so long, and I'm sure he knows just as well as everybody. You put too many chefs in the kitchen, you're not going to get a good meal, and I think that was the case last year.
There's also stuff in there about A.J. Brown and his effort at times. Is that more concerning than some of the stuff that was in that piece?
Yeah, I think A.J. Brown just needs to be engaged more. I still don't know what they're going to do with A.J. Brown. I assume they're going to trade him after June 1st, but I feel like that's going to be something I'll be writing about once I get started here on Eagles on that side. It's probably going to be enough A.J. Brown stuff. People are going to be tired of reading it.
All right, Jeff Kerr, as we mentioned, he'll be covering the Eagles this year for Sports Illustrated, so congratulations to Jeff on that new venture. And, of course, Phillies Fastball, the podcast each and every day at noon. And, of course, he'll be covering the Phillies for us all season long. Check out his Substack, jeffdkerr.substack.com. It's free. It'll come right to your mailbox each and every morning. So check out Jeff Kerr Substack on the Phillies. And, of course, the Phillies getting ready for Colorado. We'll talk to Jeff later on. All right, bud.
Yeah, sounds great, Mike. It's going to be a nice little day off for the Phillies tomorrow. But, yes, I do start the Eagles on an SI gig. I filed some paperwork today. Looks like I'll be getting going tomorrow, at least with one article.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
Yep.
So we'll, of course, be talking some Eagles draft and stuff with Jeff as well.
I got a lot to catch up on, Mike. I feel like I'm 5 months behind.
Well, you've had a little time off.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing wrong with that.
No, there's not. I wish I had a little more. I know people say you're off all the time. No, I'll take more time off if they gave it to me.
I made a joke the other day. I'm like, I think I'm gonna get more jobs before Mike Gill comes back from Egypt or wherever the heck he was at. World traveler, Mike Gill.
I'm here for a while now. I'm here for through the draft at least. I'll be here. All right, man. We'll talk to you.
All right, yeah, sounds good, man. Thanks.
All right, Jeff Kerr, everybody. There you go. A little Phillies and Eagles. Jeff, of course, longtime NFL guy, mostly on the Eagles for CBS Sports and on the Phillies for CBS 3. He's now covering the Eagles for Sports Illustrated and the Phillies for 97.3. And check out his Phillies Substack, Jeff Kerr, on Substack, which is free. All you got to do is just put your email in. He sends the Phillies notes to your email box. I got mine today. And in my article from Jeff this morning, which I got, where did I do with it? I know I read it this morning. Where did I put it? Where did I put that little Substack there? Had stuff on Andrew Painter last night. 2 good articles on Andrew Painter. There we go. On Andrew Painter last night at Citizens Bank Park. All right, more Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget tonight the Sixers and the Wizards right here on 97.3 ESPN. That tip-off is at 7 o'clock. You can listen to all the action. Apparently, Joel Embiid will not play. I say apparently because the Sixers ruled him out. Then Joel went on Twitter and I guess April Fool's everybody and said he's going to sweat it out tonight, but he is out, has been ruled out. And if the Sixers played him, they would probably be fined pretty heavily. So I don't anticipate Joel playing tonight. By the way, Flyers lost last night in Porter Martone's debut. They ended up giving him the second assist on that goal that made it 5-4. I don't know about that, but they lose, and that's a disappointing loss. The Capitals are behind you. And now they're within a point of you, but they were playing from behind all game. They tried to get back in. They went to 5-4, empty netter late in the game. Flyers lose that one. All right, we're going to try to catch up with McGarry, who is at Citizens Bank Park. So we'll try to see what he heard on this Phillies win, including Justin Crawford with the game-winning hit. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. I want to tell you about my friends at the Branches Outreach. The mission is to provide food, clothing, personal care items, and compassionate support to individuals and families experiencing homelessness in Cape May County. I'm asking my listeners to help out. They welcomed over 10,000 guests into the Outreach Center this past year, and that's why they could use your help. 10,000 people coming in, they need to help them out, and they will accept donations of food and personal care items during the week from 9 a.m. to 1:30 at the Branches Outreach in Rio Grande. So stop by with your donations, small, large, whatever you can do. Look them up on Facebook at the Branches Outreach or online at thebranchesoutreach.org to learn more. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Coming up, Mike McGarry is just filing his story to PressiveAC.com for that Phillies game today. And I want to know, what is the story of that game today? Is it 3 for 5 from Crawford? Is it that Harper finally hit a home run? Is it that Real Muto finally hit a home run? Is it some key at-bats late in that game? You know, guys like Alec Boehm, and obviously Sosa had a monster hit in the 9th inning of that game to tie the game up, to send it to extra innings. It was 5-3 in the 9th, and Sosa's up with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. They're down to their last out. As Schwarber walked, Turner was on second. Then Harper's up with runners at first and second, and he pops up to shortstop. And then there's a wild pitch that is thrown. And then Boehm ends up walking. So they have bases loaded, 2 outs in the 9th. Washington makes a pitching change at that moment to pitch to Sosa because they had a lefty on the mound, who, by the way, was the same guy who started yesterday, Pullen. He started yesterday and then came in and pitched the 9th today. Sosa singles and drives in 2 runs. It's now 5-5. Garcia walked, by the way, to give Marsh a chance to face a right-handed pitcher, and Marsh popped up to left field, and that sent the game to extra innings. In the 10th, Duran came in and got a strikeout and a line drive double play to end that inning. And you would ask how they have a double play, because there's a runner on second base to start the inning. So there was a line drive to, I believe it was, I guess Sosa was playing second base at that point, and then he threw to short, and that got the double play there. So we go to the 10th, and Real Muto singles, Marsh goes to third, and then Crawford singled him home because the infield was drawn in. So he basically, look, though, that's the key. Put the ball in play, the drawn-in infield, and that is what I so far have been just thrilled to death to see from Crawford is he doesn't swing and miss at pitches. You know, even when he misses pitches, he foul tips him, it seems like. So Crawford singles to right, his 3rd hit of the day, and it's the one that wins the game for the Phillies. But, you know, they got off to a start where they were down 5-2 in that game, and it was a 3-run homer by, of course, C.J. Abrams was on my fantasy team.
I was going to say, Mike, I think today was like a catch-22 because on one hand, you're happy. Like, the Phillies won. It was a good day. But the problem is you didn't always get the best production from the guys you needed it from when you needed it the most. And, you know, no offense to some of their best hitters, but Crawford and Sosa are not going to save you every day.
You know what, though? I don't mind if I win a game on a day where my best players aren't a part of it, because you're not going to have your best day all the time, but can I find a way to win when my best guys aren't my best guys? Mm-hmm. And by the way, Real Muto, who I don't think is one of your best guys, but he's a guy you're not putting at the top of your list. And he hits a home run today. And Harper hits a home run today.
Harper hit a home run, but then he also came up small at another point in the game. So
he did. He had a chance with runners at first and second in the 9th inning, and he did not get it done. But he did hit the home run to make it 5-3.
Is it just me, or is Harper's approach has been very weird to start the year?
Well, I mean, he seems like he's always trying to do too much. He's swinging that that pitch up over his eyes, stuff out of the zone, and I think that's a factor of having Bohm hit behind him.
Is
where
he in his own head?
frustrated where he has Bohm behind him, and he knows that if he's pressing a lot because he doesn't feel that he has the protection that he needs.
So do you think he's in his own head?
No, I just think it's the same as last year. He's not getting the pitches to hit because of who's hitting behind him.
Mm-hmm.
So he's pressing to get stuff done because he feels like he doesn't have enough protection behind him. So that pitch up and away from him, he swings through a lot. He, obviously now in the ninth inning, he actually hit the home run off a lefty today.
Yes.
So he did hit that home run off a left-handed pitcher. So, hey, I think as Jeff mentioned, Colorado might be just what the doctor ordered for a lot of these guys to get out of here, go to Colorado, a hitter's ballpark, and maybe get yourself going. Because, quite frankly, today was like 75 degrees outside. It's not like it was one of these cold April days. It was a warm weather day again today.
Right.
And so it's not like, hey, it's hitting. See, it's not quite 90 degrees out there, but we'll get the update from Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, who's going to join us live from Citizens Bank Park. We'll do a quick hit from the ballpark just to kind of get the feeling in there. Number one, you might be wondering, well, Christopher Sanchez pitched today. How did he do? He struggled through with 4 walks. He gave up 4 hits. We had 8 base runners, so his whip was not great today. But he gives up just the 1 run. He did have 7 strikeouts in the game in 5 1/3 inning. But Sanchez gets pulled because of the 97 pitches. It's early in the year. These guys aren't going to go up to 100 pitches, early in the season. They bring in Jonathan Bolin, and he ends up giving up an inherited runner. But then it's Brad Keller, the big guy that they signed this offseason. And, Mike, I'd love to hear from you what the reaction was at 5-1 when Keller gives up that home run there. How did it feel at Citizens Bank Park?
Well, it felt like it was going to be another listless day at the ballpark, right? Another day of complaining about how the Phillies' top 4 hitters, Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, and Alec Bohm have not gotten the job done. Preparing to write a story saying, it's early in the season, but a 2-4 start isn't great because this is a team that needed a fresh start after, the hangover of last season of losing in the postseason the past 3 years. And then a couple of guys, Edmundo Sosa, who's like a 6th man in basketball, comes off the bench to sort of change the energy of the game. And the rookie, Justin Crawford, caps off a memorable week with a walk-off home run. And now everybody flies to Colorado thinking that all is right with the world.
Well, it's 5-1 after the home run, but you got a couple key home runs, one from Real Muto and one from Harper. Give me some insight on Harper's the feeling when Harper he still only had the 1 hit. It was a home run, but he came up again in the later in the game with 2 on and couldn't get it done. But are you feeling something when he comes to the plate?
Mike, he's really been struggling, and the home run first pitch curveball he's able to take out of the ballpark. We just finished talking to him after the game in the clubhouse, and he was happy about the win, happy about the way the team played, happy about the way the team rallied, but he wasn't happy with his performance, and he wasn't just satisfied with the home run. He obviously said the home run was nice, but he pointed out that he was 1 for 5, and Mike, he's a story to watch going forward. If you go back to September 1st of last year, include the end of last year's regular season, include the postseason, and his start this season, I think he's 3 for 24 or 3 for 25 or something like that. He's batting about .212 with 6 home runs since September 1st of last year. So this is an ongoing storyline. Again, they win today, so it gets kind of covered up. It's amazing what a win can cover up. And they go to Colorado, where if you had to pick a ballpark to go to with a struggling offense, you would probably pick Colorado as your first place to go to try to get that offense on track. So Bryce Harper happy about the home run, but not happy about the 1 for 5, and not showing any signs of panic, but not showing any signs of overly being excited either by the home run today.
Right, and then Real Muto, another guy who came into the day hitting like 080. He had 3 hits in the game or 2 hits in the game. One of them a home run, so it was good to see him kind of get going. But really, the offense was shut down until really that 9th inning.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Armando Sosa comes in with 2 outs, 2 strikes. He gets the big base hit. And Armando Sosa, Mike, we talked about it before. He's the type of guy, you see him have a game like he had today, enters in the 7th and 8th inning, gets the 2-run single in the 9th to tie the game, makes a great defensive play in the 10th, jumps, snares that line drive, doubles off the runner at second base. You see him going crazy, celebrating afterwards. That energy seems to carry over to his teammates. You kind of say to yourself, well, why doesn't Sosa play more? Then you have to kind of remind yourself that on a good team, Armando Sosa is a guy who should get about 350 at-bats a year. If you try to play him 450 at-bats or 500 at-bats, at least in the past few years, he's been exposed a little bit. But there's no doubt he's a valuable guy to bring off the bench because he makes game-changing plays and seems to be able to his energy seems to be contagious among his teammates. And if there was ever a day, you asked me what it was like in the ballpark at 5-1, it was like kind of ho-hum, this is going to be a comfortable loss and, fly out to Colorado 2-4. And Sosa was able to come off the bench and help change that.
Now, Mike, you tweeted out during the game, Bryce Harper, 203, 5 homers, 12 RBI. Obviously, I think he hit the home run maybe after that. But it does go to show it's not only him, though. The entire top of the lineup, maybe outside. I mean, Schwarber's still not hitting over 200. That top 4 has really struggled to get off to a good start. So I guess with the way they're going, for them to be where they are in this homestand, going 3-3, with those 4 guys basically giving you nothing, I guess they'll take it?
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd have to take it, and it's only one game, but 3-3 just sounds so much better than 2-4, basically. Now you get to fly out to Colorado, have a nice flight, get a day off tomorrow, and again, like I said, if you're a struggling offense, where do you want to go to get healthy? You probably want to play one of the worst teams in the league, which Colorado is, and you probably want to play in one of the best hitting parks in the league, which Colorado is. You mentioned those top 4 guys. Bohm has kind of done nothing since the season opening, 3-run shot that he hit. I'm not worried about Kyle Schwarber. Kyle Schwarber still looks like Kyle Schwarber at the plate. I have to admit, though, I have some concern about Harper only because these numbers, this is a trend that dates back to September 1st of last year. And I kind of have a little bit of concerns about Trey Turner. Yeah, he won the batting title last year, batted .305, but don't forget how much he struggled, in his first season in Philadelphia 2 years ago. And it seems like his swing is back to that kind of long, loopy swing that he's had at times, dropping to one knee as he kind of chases pitches out of the zone. So, like I said, there are some troubling signs. And if the Nationals had held on for that win, we'd probably be having a completely different conversation. But the Phillies rally, and we'll see if they can build on the momentum going forward. But I think this was, even though it's Game 6, I think this was a big win for this team.
You talk about Turner and the long looping swing. What about the guy at the bottom of the order who gets the game-winning hit and his propensity to just put the ball in play? What a concept.
Yeah, well, I was saying, up until about 10 years ago where this launch angle thing kind of took over and people talked about kind of hitting the ball in the air people who played like Justin Crawford with the speed of Justin Crawford were told to hit the ball hard, on the ground, back through the middle of the field, take advantage of your speed. Rob Thompson managed postgame that if he hits a ground ball and he forces a shortstop or a second baseman to move 2 or 3 steps in either direction, the fielder might as well just put the ball in his pocket because, Crawford is going to be able to beat the play out. So again, he had 2 hits opening day on the ground hard through the middle. He hits it hard on the ground today, past the drawn in infield, exactly what you want to do in that situation. And again, how he approaches the game, how he hits, that was a knock on him coming into the big leagues. But again, I'll say for 100 years, this is the way guys with speed hit the ball. They hit the ball hard on the ground through the middle and depended on their legs to sort of make things happen. Crawford's 22 years old. Maybe that power will come. He'll get the ball more in the air as he gets older. But, for what he did in his first 6 games, from his debut to capping off his first week with a walk-off, pretty good start for the rookie
Give us your thoughts on the other rookie who threw last night at Citizens Bank Park and really dazzled.
Yeah, I thought he was outstanding. You know, a story on PressOfAC.com. What I was most impressed with was his poise. Nothing seemed to rattle him, and that's what kind of guys, what Kyle Schwarber said, and JT Realmuto said. They said you almost couldn't tell that he was, making his big league debut. Kyle Schwarber mentioned that he was expecting to find, maybe Andrew Painter kind of pacing nervously before the game, but instead he was nice and relaxed. Rob Thompson said he went into the trainer's room before the game. They were getting Painter ready to go. No signs of nervousness in there. Thompson said sometimes in those situations you got to tell a joke. You got to say something to the player. And he pitched in some spots. I mean, I think it was the second inning. He gave up back-to-back singles, got out of the inning. I think in the fourth or fifth inning, the Phillies dropped that pop fly. Guy on second with nobody out. He comes back and strikes out the next two guys. So to me, two things stood out. One was his poise at which he handled his debut and handled the rough spots in the game. And two, just the variety of pitches that he was able to throw. You're talking about a guy who's thrown 4, 5, 6 types of pitches out there. So obviously, great start for him. And just a great start overall for the two rookies, basically.
And Mike, I guess you get a little glimpse of why people have been asking for a little infusion of youth into this team. Right now, who's leading the way? Well, it's Crawford at about 400, and then, of course, Painter last night, who dazzled. So you see a little bit of infusion of youth helping this team get to 3-3.
Yeah, it's like a trade at the trade deadline. Like last year, everybody talked about Harrison Bader coming in and kind of infusing the clubhouse with some new energy. And I really believe that these players, they're a veteran group. There is a tendency to say, oh, it's only 6 games into the season. We got a long way to go. Just focus on the day-to-day. But I think when you bring in rookies and you see them make their debut and you see the enthusiasm at which they, pursue their craft, their job, I think that energy sort of rubs off, and I think guys like to see it. And, I think this was a team, again, that was in need of a good start, that has been kind of experiencing a hangover after the playoff losses of the past 3 years. I think they needed new blood. And so far they've gotten that from Crawford and Painter.
All right, Mike McGarry from the ballpark. You can read all about this game at pressofac.com. And, of course, the Phillies off tomorrow. They'll go to Colorado to take on the Rockies for a day game on Friday. Justin Crawford delivers the win today. Andrew Painter got the win yesterday. The two rookies helped the Phillies get to 3-3. Live from Citizens Bank Park, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Mike, we'll see you down the road. Thanks.
All right, Mike's back on Friday when the Phillies take on the Colorado Rockies. And, of course, we will be live that day from Ventnor Social. Ventnor Social will be where we are on Friday. And if you want to stop out to Ventnor Social, your first opportunity on Friday to come on out. And we're going to be there this Friday and a bunch of different day games throughout the Phillies season. Our first one is this Friday. And all you need to do, show up, say hello, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a little bite to eat, watch the Phillies game, and you can enter to win a trip to Baltimore to see the Phillies play the Orioles on July 31st. All you got to do, stop out. There'll be a drop box, put your name, enter, and you can enter as many times as we're there. And we're going to be there on 4 different shows on April 3rd, which is Friday. That'll be our first show out there. April the 30th will be the second time that we are there, so you can stop out for that one as well, right? All right. That will be 2. Then we will be there on May 20th versus the Reds, June the 4th against the Padres, and then on July 29th, the Phillies bus trip giveaway party at Ventnor Social. So you get 5 chances to enter. So you can have your name in the box 5 times. You show up all 5 times, you get 5 entries to win that bus trip to Baltimore. So stop out, make plans to be there on Friday to enter to win a trip to Baltimore to see the Phillies play the Orioles. We got another chance for you to qualify for Eagles Club Box tickets. What other station's giving away Eagles Club Box tickets, overnight stays at Ocean Casino Resort, plus a Phillies bus trip to Baltimore? How about it? You tell me. Who else is doing it? other than the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, getting ready to get out of here. Don't forget, that sounder still needs to go off one more time, so listen for the sounder. And don't forget, tomorrow morning during Unsportsmanlike, you can listen to the show and hear the sounder again. When you hear it in the morning, we had a bunch of people this morning, Josh, heard the sounder this morning and entered on the text board this morning. So you can get, if maybe you're not the 6th or 7th caller, you're caller 10 or 11 or 12. You're like, well, tomorrow morning, there's a little back doorway that you can try to get in. Listen on Sportsmanlike tomorrow morning, and you can enter.
We also understand that people who have jobs that maybe they can't call in every day to the Sports Bash.
Yep.
You might be listening at work, may have a job that doesn't let you call when the sounder goes off. So now in the morning, you get an opportunity.
You might be watching on YouTube.
There you go.
Which I would imagine is slightly delayed.
It is delayed.
Okay. Well, people watch it on YouTube today. By the way, a lot of people watch it on YouTube today. Big audience on YouTube today, or X, one or the other. The more people watch on X, I think, than YouTube, which I don't understand. I would watch on YouTube. But
my experience is that more people watch live on X, people watch on demand on YouTube.
Gotcha. Well, we got a lot of people right now watching on X or YouTube, one or the other. So we appreciate all those people.
However you're consuming the show, thank you.
Yes, we appreciate that. Joel Embiid out tonight, although he's playing April Fool's jokes. He says he wants to play. They won't let him play, but he has been ruled out. Phillies win. Jalen Hurts story. It was a wild day. Flyers lost last night. What else did we have today? Did I miss anything? It was a wild day. There's a lot of games going on tonight that you need to keep an eye on.
Justin Crawford.
Justin Crawford with the game-winning hit today. If you're watching tonight, scoreboard watching, Sixers play the Wizards. That game's on 97.3 ESPN. Big game. Atlanta is playing Orlando. You need Orlando to beat Atlanta. Kind of, because Atlanta's behind you in the standings. Now you just need to win to keep them behind you.
You take care of your business. You're okay.
You're cheering for Orlando tonight to beat Atlanta. You are cheering for Boston to beat Miami. You are cheering, it's not going to happen, but Sacramento to beat Toronto. So those are some of the matchups that you're keeping an eye on if you're scoreboard watching tonight. I am Mike Gill. This has been the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. But before I get out of here tonight, I need caller 6 and I need caller 7 right now. 6 and 7, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 6 and caller 7 right now. You are entered for this year's draft party, which means you have a shot to win club box tickets to see an Eagles game at Lincoln Financial Field in 2026. We also have other great prizes thanks to Ocean Casino Resort. We have an overnight stay. We've got concert tickets. We got comedy show tickets. We've got gift cards for Ocean Casino Resort. You must be present to win at the Balcony Bar, April 23rd, for this year's draft party at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We hope to see everybody out there, including caller 6 and caller 7. Right now, good luck.